Okay. All right. Now we're kicking off the stream. Hello, everybody. Evening, morning, and afternoon, or whatever time of day it may be for you. My name is Quest Von Faustus. Welcome to my stream. Welcome to the table. After much delay and honestly all kinds of crap from life getting in the way, for the first time in what's probably about a month, we are picking up once more with A Simple Walk, our D&D 5e game, where it's mostly a bunch of misfits who grew up in a basement fucking around and learning about the world. Joining me, one is currently a little bit late as he was also dealing with real-life issues. Will be joining us shortly. That is Matt. Allow me to knock on the desktop audio. Joining me is Pepe, as we know him.
Hello.
Sully. Sully.
Lynn.
Lynn.
Lynn. Oh god, she's fucking dead.
Oh. There we go.
Okay.
Corbin. Hello.
Hello.
There he is. The fairy.
I've been stuck in a barrel for 4 weeks. I'm pickling over here.
Jake as well, our new player.
To the town of Aquafria, where the stranger one find a.
We will be revealing his PNG come when his character is introduced to the group. He is our newest player, newest addition to the group. Recommended through some of the players here who recommended him highly to me, which is very kind of them. I look forward to having a new victim.
I got myself logged in.
Excellent. Okay, so, yes, hello Art, hello Fish, how you guys doing? Of course you're working. Welcome, thank you for coming by regardless. I know it's probably stupid late for you. Yeah, in fact, it's morning for you, dear God. Fish is Chinese, so he's a few hours ahead. So yeah, let's see. Matt will still be joining us. To give a recap while we wait for Matt to join us. Last we left off the group. Well, to give a summary for the newbies here. I believe you can get a name change. Yeah, you need to wait a month. Yeah. Anyway, it will come, and it will come like a flood of pain. Right. So they started off with their various painful pasts, misfits as they are, eventually all winding their way to a small, I say small, but more like a continent-sized island called Tricus, which is a trade nation that was caught in the throes of a horrific coup happening here in the United Duchies. Not unlike the French Revolution, lots of beheadings, lots of problems. Fleeing nobility, who were all Asimar, of which Mallory, played by Sully, is one of them. A lot of them were trying to flee the country after all their brethren were being axed, and the duchies were not fond of that, so they put an embargo in place, which effectively locked the party, who had all by happenstance found themselves on Tricus, there, and they had to find alternative means off the island, which they found eventually. They ran across several horrible threats, including an ancient great worm dragon, a Tarask, and a lich named Harry, who have actually helped them out by teleporting them off the island in exchange for a small bit of a mecha translation service. As he had woken up from a very long nap, he needed someone to translate the "Keep Off My Lawn" sign in front on the front of his lawn. It was in very, very old common, as opposed to the more as opposed to the newer lingo. Apparently, the new kids, after 1,000 years, didn't understand what the sign said anymore, so they started raiding his tomb, which was his vacation home. They got teleported to an island archipelago nation named Haven. So named because it is a safe harbor and an island paradise that the many maritime folk flock to. And they had gotten there just in the midst of a massive festival, where work was rendered illegal for all people except for those who work in the bars and various other service industry. People in the service industry never get a break. Social commentary. There, they met some very radical turtle men. Got along, killed a few people, didn't get punished for it because there's no law enforcement to uphold the law. Went to go find their ship because they wanted to get the fuck off the island. There's some bad memories now connected with the murders they committed. And they followed that up by beating the shit out of a pirate captain and his first mate, and effectively commandeering their vessel. Hey, Dizzy. Now, as we resume here, and we are waiting for Matt to join us, who is playing Karya, the half-dragon, the one responsible for the harebrained scheme of commandeering the vessel and is currently holding the pirate captain's hat. They are going to seek out potential recruits for their crew so that they can pilot the ship off the island and go somewhere different. To give a character,
very sad not seeing Miar here.
Miar has one of our previous party members, a Tabaxi monk called Miar, unfortunately had to leave out of character due to real life issues, in character because he found a lead on his missing brother. On an artifact that had been stolen from his lighthouse they used to guard in his old days. Speaking of characters, to give a small rundown, on the far left we have Isaki, played by Pebi, a earth cleric from the Titan's Arm archipelago over here, coming from a yes. Wherever you go, you want to leave again shortly after? Absolutely. Because you can never have nice things. Usually because you ruin them for yourself. World-wise, some adventurers are not. But yes, he comes from the Titan's Arm archipelago, where there is a people of Finnish-Japanese. There's a culture of like semi-Finnish Japanese, almost. What was the word again? Almost Ainu, elves, humans, and half-elves, from which Isaki hails. Mallory, played by Sully, is a ASMR warlock coming from the Duchies, driven out of her homeland, or his homeland. Is driven out of his homeland by horrific circumstances, including his entire family being exterminated, including the only person he ever really cared about, that being his slightly older twin sister. There's Corbin, who's playing Dexter Kingston, who lived in Thros, which is a part of a trio of nations that are highly magically advanced and extremely academically focused. Comes from a Academy of Applied Magics. He is an artificer, and after being implicated in both theft and the murder of a senior member of the Academy, fled his home with great expediency, with the only goal in mind being getting as far away from Thros as possible, which is why he ended up all the way over here. Next is Moussie, a fairy from the Feywild, who's living something of a live, die, repeat scenario. He'll wake up one day, sitting at a bonfire in the middle of the Feywild, with no memories of his past life, besides what little things are in a notebook and what his sprite familiar will tell him, usually not framed in a very helpful fashion. And since fairies and fae, by general nature, can't properly die, they simply lose their identity and their memory when they are slain and pop back out of the Feywild. Lamoussie's situation is a particularly ironic one. Next, there's Karya, who is played by Matt, a half-dragon, who was originally part of a dragon's horde, so to speak, of a deep dragon's horde of slaves and knowledge that was kept deep in a mountain where he would tend to the nest. That mountain was raided by some shining silvery white dragon and his flight of extremely angry cohorts that then ripped apart everybody in there and left the whole cavern a sun-scorched, frostbitten hellhole, from which Karya only managed to rescue one egg and climbed his way out. He is a ranger of the Drake Warden type and summons his half-brother Vair Deep Dragon, to be his Drake Warden Guardian. And then, lastly, there is Jake's character, who will be introduced later. So, character introductions and recap done. Matt is still not here. Where the hell are you?
I'm going to strangle him.
Clap him.
Oh.
Anyway.
While we're here, any questions from either players or audience?
Not
How long does it take a fay to pickle?
It depends when you pickle them.
What's in the barrel? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll find out. It's Schrodinger's barrel. We'll know when we pop it open.
Oh god.
Until then, for all intents and purposes, you both are and are not pickled.
Okay, players are a bit quiet. There. How's that, or Ari?
Yes.
I turned down my desktop audio last time I was streaming.
Just a Julian a painful story. Enjoy that, Julian.
Yep. Owie.
Yeah, shit hurts, man.
Want to share with the class?
Julian sent me a meme of the fucking Anya from Spy X Family,
Smug smile.
accidentally getting some. Say that again?
No, it's not. I was just thinking the smug smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, my profile picture right now on this one, yeah. There was a picture of the mom cutting some jalapenos and accidentally putting their fingers in Anya's eyes and just causing them to burn. I was telling
I've
Julian
seen
a story
that
about.
actually. Yeah, I've seen the. Seen
I
that
was
frame.
telling.
Yeah, I'll send you the image too. Just I know you said you've seen it.
Yeah, just said in, like the main Discord chat so everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that also works.
Yeah, so back in the day, little Pebble used to wear contact lenses, and I sucked. I couldn't put them in a lot of the time. I was really bad at it. So my parents would help me put them in sometimes. One day, my dad was cutting some jalapenos, and then didn't bother to wash his hands, and he put them in my eyes, and well, let's just say I experienced hellfire for a bit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you finally got to see what it's like to see out of the eyes of a Mexican.
Jules, you
Julie,
can't-
clarification. You should have some clarification.
Yeah. Wait, I think. Yeah, I think I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm Hispanic.
Julian's Hispanic.
But
Julian's Hispanic, and his family's from Mexico.
yeah, you know what? Maybe I should keep my mouth shut with that one.
Yeah.
Think away with that one.
It's all right. We're just gonna get banned for it by Twitch now. Thank you, Julian.
I don't know why I'm gonna say spicy sight, anyways.
Spicy sight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm
Spice
gonna say.
vision.
But yeah, my eye sockets briefly became that of a hollow from Dark Souls. So
Nice. Or
as in there was none.
Or what do you call it? You had that frenzied flame in your eyes.
Yeah, that got. Yeah. Also, good thing about that got nerfed recently.
Oh, did it? Yeah, so you can't just
Yep.
instant frenzy someone with one shot.
You can't instant frenzy. The animation isn't as long anymore.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Spice X family.
Spy 6 family.
Oh,
You can't laser beam someone in the face and cause them to fucking
Claw
Die.
their eyes out.
yeah.
Good. As funny as that was, there's like Elden Ring is anything but balanced at the moment.
Yeah, no,
And again, it's a FromSoft game. It's not meant to be balanced.
yeah, people are still gonna be using. They didn't nerf the fucking Rivers of Blood katana, so it's still fucking busting shit.
Mm-hmm.
I hate whenever I hear Rivers of Blood. I think of that one Persona song. You know the one.
Rivers of the Desert.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck
gonna-
bleed builds, yeah.
Yeah, man. Fuck
Yeah.
bleed builds.
Uh.
I say, clutching my Bloodhound's fang.
Not gonna lie, a
No,
build.
okay, so that. Oh, sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
Yeah. I saw this. I saw this from like a social media once, but I was inspired to try and make this, even though I don't have the game. One build that I'm kind of anticipating making when I start playing the game, or at least as I'm playing the game, it's like some kind of like Sith Lord build that uses like a lot of lightning.
I did that for my first faith run through the fucking game. That's what I did.
Yeah, I
Blasphemy
want to embrace the dark side and use a lot of force lightning.
Just know a lot of your stuff is gonna be very late game. So
And
you might struggle for a bit.
Any caster build is going to take until mid-game at least to get off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured because early on I don't think you get a whole lot of like casting stuff. Really.
No, you do not.
You
I
do
originally wanted to go Faith, but I went Strength Dex with the intention of eventually re-speccing. And basically, at that point, I was so used to using Strength Dex, I just stuck to Great Swords.
Also, Matt's here now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was able to flip out early. I finished my test quick.
Nice.
Welcome back.
Welcome in.
Fuck you,
Thanks.
Matt.
Sorry, man. I didn't know. I was like, all right.
Working on your virtual of your novel.
You are
Yeah,
tearing
it's-
me apart, man.
I felt really bad. I was like, all right, well, I should be able to join. You know, I have my laptop. On the bed, they don't need my camera or anything on it. I could be muted. And then they're like, camera on, unmute. You are here the whole time. And then my laptop wouldn't turn on, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
So nothing's working.
That's it. We're taking away Karya's. We're taking away his captain hat.
He barely has one. Don't touch his hat. That's the only thing he
I'm
has.
touching his hat. It's my hat now. I'm putting
No,
it on
it's
top
not.
of my other hat.
Okay, you know what? Fine, needs to come and get it. Come on the water and get it.
So, yeah. Right. Yeah, that's something I'm meaning to revisit at some point. But yeah, so now that Captain Kadia is here,
Arg.
Yarg. So the turn down the music. It's not to interfere with the conversation. Okay, ladies, you're both beautiful. You can stop having a pissing contest in chat.
Oh.
Wait, I need to check this out.
Make me come down there, you punks.
Don't let me turn this chat around. Anyway, so last we left off, Karia was currently was stuck with intestines hanging out of his midsection after taking a bullet to the gut, courtesy of the captain who was just a little bit displeased at the fact that his duel had been interrupted by a bunch of yobs. And so pulled out a gun and shot the half-dragon in the chest, leaving him at 1 HP. I should say this is after his duel was interrupted, so he was entirely on foul. He was on fair play right up until the group attack. I am making this very clear. Because the party...
It's very true.
Anyway, so they eventually beat down the captain, as well as his first mate, who had jumped from the rigging to stab Mallory in the back for firing at the captain with an eldritch blast. And they're currently tied up, I'm assuming, in the hold somewhere.
I thought we tie them to the mat, to like the mast.
Well, you did tie them to the mast.
Oh yeah, we did.
So yes,
To the mouth.
the rest of the crew is currently ashore on shore leave because of the festival. What is it? You had spoken with your friend Coral. That is confusing as hell. I keep forgetting to do that. There we go. Okay, so the two pirates are tied to the mast. Karia is currently a little bit gutted. The rest of the party is maybe a bit scratched up, but there's a need to leave Haven quite quickly, and to do so, in order to run the ship, you need people.
Can I like tend to his wounds?
Maybe.
I think the healing process had gotten started last session. I think Mallory started healing as well as you when I was sitting there like, oh,
Yeah. So you guys can start tending to his wounds. The conversation topic of needing a spotter for the crow's nest, someone who can cook some edible food, and a navigator, as well as potentially a wheelman, was needed. Because none of you know how to navigate. None of you know how to steer a ship. none of you are particularly good with your eyes, unless the problem was people who were good with their eyes were also potentially people taking other positions.
I was gonna take the crow's nest position,
Okay.
despite my fears.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're going to take the highest position on the ship. Excellent. Okay, but then there's still the issue of needing somebody who can run the kitchen, navigate, and steer the ship, as well as just generally you need, You need able hands to man the ship for things like the rigging, for just managing the ship overall. A minimum of 10, able bodies. Unfortunately, the fairy and the actual child do not count.
Speaking of the fairy, where is the fairy?
It's a good question. Moussie, last I checked, was just hovering to the side. Actually, no, he wasn't there. He had disappeared after you guys had all awoken from, some of you from drunken stupor, some of you, after a night of partying. You guys had all woken up and had a nice breakfast, and then gone off in search of a ship when the whole thing with the captain happened. Moussie was not present for that. Moussie is currently not here.
I don't know where I am.
Is there just like a barrel in the distance out at sea?
I don't know.
See.
Muffled fairy screaming over the ocean waves. No. You guys will have to find out. Possibly in the course of going out on your recruitment drive. So, how would you guys like to begin?
Well, I'm currently, I guess you could say, pushing Karya's fucking internal organs back inside.
Thanks. I told you I had it. I got him.
Karya, your intestines are now your out-testins.
That's okay.
I had him.
Yeah, you sure did, bud. You sure did. And he's saying as he's just making sure.
Vair, for his part, as he stands at your side, Karya, a few wounds traced in his into his scales and his flesh as well, shakes himself off, flutters his little vestigial wings, and lets out a little disapproving trill.
I'm sorry, Vair, but in my defense, I got I don't really have a defense, but we had him, right? We had him. I should have brought you out from the beginning.
Over the mental connection, there's this feeling of unsure triumph.
We did it.
There's that swell of draconic pride you know so well, but it's tinged with uncertainty.
See, look, we're fine, and now you're the first mate of a pirate crew. We're pirates, right?
You haven't often felt this emotion, but you're fairly sure it's what they refer to as bravado.
Oh. Yeah, I really haven't felt this emotion.
Would you like me to roll a medicine check to see if I successfully?
I mean, yeah, you could hit him with a healing spell. Either one works.
I don't actually have a healing spell on me at the moment.
You're out of spell slots, right? Sure.
I'm not out of spell slots. I just don't have any healing spells.
I have a few. I have still 3 healing pools.
I mean, you can use that if you so wish.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that.
All right. How does that work?
Let's see.
Oh, it's
Karya doesn't. Sorry, no. Isaki doesn't have cure wounds. How about that?
Yeah, it's almost like I spec for a tank cleric.
Oh my. Okay, yeah. For Mallory being who she is, or he is. Sorry. The healing light. Your pool of d6s that you spend a few with, 1 plus your warlock level. So in this case, it would be 4. So you have 46s 3 of which you still have available, which you may spend if you so wish.
Yep, I'm gonna use them all.
Okay, roll 3d6. Oh yeah. The strange horned child puts a hand on your thigh as a golden light emanates from their body, and then trails down their arm, molds into your flesh, and then sort of like ethereal worms almost crawl their way into your midsection and begin to reassert your intestines, and then close the flesh over that, and you're once more in one piece.
Oh, that's lovely.
Not feeling quite so faint anymore. You recover 9 HP.
Thank you. I will edit that as soon as I can get on roll 20.
I'll put that in for you for the time being.
Guess what I found? Guess where it was?
What?
It was outside of Addie's room. It wasn't in the bedroom for some reason.
What?
The egg stole it.
Stole what?
That's a good question. Matt, what did the egg steal? Oh, wait, he went mute.
Okay.
Sorry, the egg stole my fiance's Switch. I was just like, I was looking for it, and I was like, where did it go? And I found it. Just squawked at me when I found it. Yeah, okay.
That's adorable.
Yeah. Anyways, so thank you for bringing my innards back, my outers into my innards again.
No problem. Try not to do it again.
Yeah.
Mallory, the voice in your head gives a good job.
Yeah.
Question.
Mm-hmm. What's your question?
How much time has been? It's been a hot minute. How much time has passed since that one time those 3 lion folk have perished? How long ago was that?
About a night. It is currently midday. Is the midday after?
So should I have my spell slots back to normal then?
Maybe.
I forget. I honestly forget.
I'll say yes. You have your spell. I'll count that as a long rest.
Alright.
Yes.
I was looking at my spell slots, like, can I? Okay. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, that's what I wanted to ask. Alrighty.
You live.
Right. So, Kari is currently no longer on the brink of death, only slightly close to it. How would you guys like to proceed?
I personally like to wait for the captain to wake up. Just kind of wait around on the deck while admittedly wearing his hat.
Matt, you sound kind of far away as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that I'd like Kari. I think Kari is gonna wait around at the deck, with the captain and the first mate, waiting for him to wake up, wearing his hat, not in like a showboaty way, but like in a I'm trying to figure out how to style this way.
Oh, you're just gonna so happen to be in front of him when he wakes up.
Yes.
Showboating my ass. Unfortunately,
He doesn't know what that is. He's just, he's just kind of like, I gotta figure out how to put this on.
All right, you're gonna be waiting at least an hour as he recovers.
That's totally fine. I might throw some water on him.
Okay. You get a pail of water from the ocean. Not hard, given you are currently on a archipelago with lots of beaches.
Mm-hmm.
Douse him with water, and both Leonin and the Tabaxi wake up from the splash of water. The Tabaxi is deathly silent. The Leonin wakes. His fanged jaw grimaces, his eyes narrow. As he looks up, I say look up, but he's still fairly tall, even sitting down, tied to the mast. He's a bulky fellow. Looks up, sees you, looks you in the eye, and says, "It don't fit you."
Yeah, I don't think it does.
You could always get it resized, Karia.
Oh, well, I could, but I mean, do I really need a hat? I mean, we're gonna be out so much. I feel like it doesn't matter. Anyways, hey, I want to let you know that I'm sorry. I didn't think that they would jump in. I was totally content with beating you normally, but that didn't happen.
Had your friends not interfered, my ship would still be mine and not taken from me by unfair contest.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we can do it again.
I'd relish
Not
the
now,
chance
though.
to gut you and your friends
Yeah,
and
that's-
keelhaul you across the bottom of the boat.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry about that. But, I guess what I gotta at least offer. I guess I still technically own your ship now, don't I?
The glare he fixes with you could light the sails on fire.
Well, I am sorry. I'm sorry. Again, had it been my way, you could have shot me up all you wanted. But hey, I didn't kill you. That's more than what the rest of them could have said. I just found out that being a pirate is not a good thing. And that means most people would probably kill you, but because I was a pirate once, I felt some camaraderie, and I just didn't want to hurt you.
Spare me. The more you talk, the more you show you don't know a single thing about the ocean.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I got me a ship, so I may as well find out, right?
There's a moment where he just fixes you with a gaze, as if he's trying to figure out what the fuck he's looking at. Larno, give me strength. This boy's either ignorant or a showboat, and I like neither of those.
Wait, this is like a ship that doesn't sail, like a boat that you just show off. If this doesn't move, I'll give it back.
Oh yes, the ship does not move on it at all. We keep this in port entirely for the show of it.
Oh. Hey guys, and Car's gonna kind of turn and go. The pirates. Uh-huh.
Cars are. I think they're lying to you.
Oh. Oh.
I think
I feel less bad about taking your ship now. I think I'm gonna name it the Sleepy Lion.
Oh, we could get a cute little flag and it shows like a little lion cub, sleeping in a little den. That could be cool. That could be cool.
Oh, and you know what? Well, we could get one of those statues on the mast. We got one right here. He's gonna kind of look over at the lion and go, I heard that one from a dwarf way back when.
He just lowers his head and goes, just sink my ship already. Whatever you're going to do, it can't be worse than that.
Well, I'm gonna take very good care of her, and you know what? I'll even... Guys, I feel kind of bad. I feel like it would have been okay. He could have just, I feel like... Well, here's what I'll offer you. I'm taking your ship, because we have to get out of here. And that's that. But, you're a pirate, and you're a great captain from what I hear. Well, don't worry about who I heard it from, but
We heard it from Noble Aria.
he
doesn't know that. Anyways, I heard you're a great captain, and I'm gonna give you the chance to get it back, but on the condition that you have to get it back yourself. Go ahead and chase us down somewhere, but you have to find a way to get it here. And until then, he's gonna lean in and go, "This is my ship."
Enjoy it while you have it.
Menacing.
I want to pay the ship now.
I can't wait to sink the ship.
So, are you finished grandstanding, or do you want to continue prodding the lion?
No. He's just kind of gonna. Kari's gonna go, "Okay, but in all seriousness, I am sorry for how this all went down. I was completely content making it fair. So,
Perhaps
once we
next
leave,
time you should get your crew on the same level as you. Had my crew been
Well,
here,
I
you
guess
would have
I'll-
all been thrown to the ocean.
I mean, seeing that you're pirates, it surprises me that you even have a concept of honor. I don't have a concept of honor. I don't know that. But it seems you guys do.
Isaki, you come from the Okami elves. Honor is a
I know,
big
but
thing in your culture.
Okay, so here's the but I remember last session I asked you, yo, what would the clergy have like really promoted honor?
Oh,
and
your
stuff like that?
your clergy sect would not
Yeah.
have been too trifled with impracticalities like honor and such. I'm saying
Yeah,
the culture
yeah.
you come from, that was a huge factor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You have a concept of honor, your particular code does not ascribe to it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's my bad. Yep.
But yes, at the talk of honor among thieves, he says, were there no concept of honor on the ocean, there would. I can't believe I'm explaining these things. What am I, a schoolyard teacher? There is honor among pirates, flags you fly, and rules we hold ourselves to, lest we all tear each other apart while the authorities sink our ships. There is restraint to be had, and rules to be followed, lest all pirates flay you alive. One malcontent, one breach of the rules is a threat to all of us. If you're too dense to understand that, I have to wonder what hole you crawled out of.
More like a star.
Don't answer that.
okay. Well, you seem to know a lot about the ocean. I'm assuming you've been on it for a while.
I've spent all of my weakling years on it.
I never got your name, Captain.
Redbane.
Well, you can be Professor Redmayne for now.
I am not some encyclopedia you can come to and throw open.
Well, I wouldn't ask you that, but I am inexperienced enough that I know that I need a little help. Would you be willing to, I don't know, make a bargain?
Oh, and if I disagree, will your friends come here and beat me senseless?
No, I'll be making sure that that won't happen again.
He's just gonna he was gonna hold his hand up and say something, then he's just gonna slowly lower it down.
See, this is part of the code this is part of the pirate's code. I have no trust for you. We've made an agreement, and you've broken it. Whether or not it was by your intention or not, your friends, your crew, broke ocean law. And as such, I have no reason to enter a bargain with you. You already have my life and my ship. There's nothing I can offer you besides my knowledge, and there's nothing you can offer me besides giving me my damn ship back.
That could be arranged. I'm willing to give it back. But we need to get out of here. And we're going to need to be getting out of here and moving on to the next place.
Well,
The
my
next place-
recommendation to you is you beat feet before my men make it back in a drunken stupor and thirsty for blood.
Did I tell you about the 3 friends of yours that got melted?
Yes, you did.
Quite literally?
You said they had disappeared. You think I can't read between the lines? I have 15 other men on shore leave.
And do you think that you're all together right now?
Most likely, yes. The pride sticks together.
That's good, that's good.
So it's in your best
And you said
interest
they're
that
loyal to
you
you?
avoid the pride. Because if they get back here, you won't have a chance.
That sounds good then. Listen, I need to be frank with you. There's 2 options presented before you and I. We either find a crew on this ragtag haven, and may that hopefully be some gnarly turtle friends, or someone else, but
I
we can
despise the
find a
fact that I
crew.
know who you're talking about.
They taught me one important lesson. That living life is gnarly, and whatever that means.
Just shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Go recruit crew. Go, get out of here. Stop talking to me.
That's rather.
You're sounding like them, and I hate that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Still-
I'm
still
sorry.
unrighteous.
Anyway, I was just trying to give you your shit back.
Then you can speed up the process.
Okay, I'm not okay. Anyway, Henry is definitely going to keep breaking down in his bravado because somebody yelled at him. So,
You hear that slight lion grumble in the back of his throat? That
I'll give you your shit back.
That rumble that comes before the roar. So hello, Average Bean. Welcome to my table.
I'll give you your ship back, but I need it to be under my terms. Okay, and I know I'm not in a place to bargain, but it's that, or I'll leave you on the shore with your crew. And even though you'll have a crew, you won't have a ship. And a pirate ship without a crew is just a bunch of friends.
I am weighing my options.
I need you, I need your first mate, and the rest of my friends here are more than happy to at least get things going. We have enough people here to man the crew, man the ship from what I can tell. I mean, granted, one of them is a child, and one of them is probably about the size of my arm, but yeah, I have a dragon, and he's helpful, and he can do something, and I can probably pull my own on something here. I've worked on a ship, but we need people with actual seafaring experience other than myself, and
you'll find
to
no
that
lack
end-
of that here on Haven if you know where to look.
yes, but I feel bad.
I suggest you
So-
excise that part of yourself very quickly if you intend to be a pirate.
Well, you wouldn't be alive if I did that.
Yes. What a shame.
Damn.
Sheesh. God damn, dude. Do you need a hug?
I think he needs
I
a
mean-
hug card.
Listen, Redvein, if you can at least get us off of Haven and get us to another location, and you would be willing to, in a sense, ferry us to where we need to be, when our little journey is over, I'll give you your ship back with interest.
He looks you dead in the eye and says, "If it was ferry service you were after, you just had to say, not walk onto my ship and say, 'This is mine now.' What, are you daft?"
You know what, Karya? He's got a very big point there.
He does.
I know. Oh,
Do you think
I don't know,
anything
buddy.
through? Have you for once in your life ever thought a single thing through? Or is your entire life just run on impulse?
I'm gonna be honest. Have you ever heard of a Terry ass?
I don't know if I want an elaboration.
He means it.
I don't. Something kind of bubbles up inside me sometimes. I'm sorry. I can't explain it. I can't really honestly do much about it, but we need to get out of here. We need to move to the next place, and frankly, we can't wait around for people to just do it. You know, we can't. We needed our own means of transportation. We needed the ability to get out of places when we needed to, not waiting around for edicts or anything else like that. So I thought it'd be easier to just take it, but you know, so I did.
We have a saying
That's
on the
kind of-
prairie: control the inner beast, master it, and you become the peak of your own self. I'm looking at those scales on your forehead and on your chest. You've got a little something beastly in yourself as well, and you have a hard time controlling it, don't you?
Yeah, I try.
Get a handle
So-
on it.
I'll try. I don't know how. I don't really. Well, Vair and I don't really have anyone to help with that.
Well, I can't
Yeah.
and won't help you. Go find another dragon or something.
Well, I can't really do that without a ship.
Just, you know, if he had his hands free, he would be pinching the bridge of his snout. If it's what it takes to get you off my ship, get my property back, fine. Do you at least have an idea of where you wish to go?
Oh, yeah. Funny story there, mister.
Away from you.
Away from. Oh, very well.
be
Can you? Shall we just throw a dart at somewhere on the map?
To be quite
Yes.
honest, I'm fine with anywhere so long as it's as far away from Thraus as possible.
Oh, that shouldn't be an issue. You have to get through the wall of ice to get there, and that's closed at the moment. Frozen walls impeding that part, unless you want to cross over land all the way through the prairie.
Well, there's a reason that I tried to take a ship in the first place. We really like to stop land travel.
Fine. I've got an idea.
Captain, oh, please tell me.
You ever heard of the Mordoni?
The vampires.
Yes, precisely. There's a nation of vampire known as the Mordoni Confederacy. Used to be part of the Gadswitch Papacy. You know, the religious bastards down south. Just so happens, those vampires broke away and created their own little place.
Are they friendly? We just met a vampire, I think. He seemed nice.
Friendly insofar as they look out for their best interests, but don't go out of their way to interfere with yours. They are a heavily neutral country. And a generally business-like folk. They are a common business consultants of myself and others in my profession. They do money processing and run one of the only franchised banks in the entirety of the world. They also have they also have some of the best lawyers, regardless of country. They'll be able to defend you quite well. I'd offer you the contact information of mine, but no.
You know, that's understandable. Well, listen, Redmayne, I'll be honest. I'm a temporary captain, and I will at least hold myself to that. At the very least, when we're done hopping from place to place, would you be willing to give it an actual duel? Make it fair this time? As Karia looks to everyone else.
As long as we're not on the line this time.
In the interest of sport, sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't mind learning a thing or two from someone who doesn't, well, I don't know, isn't an angry dwarf who tells me to lift things.
Oh, you've been on one of the turtle ships, you poor bastard. No wonder you're so blind to everything. They keep you hurled up on a tiny little metal can, blind to the sky and to the ocean. Those privateers. Pfft. Just stumps on legs. Alright then. If we've got an accord, we actually intend to stick to it this time. Sure. I'll give you a little crash course in the ways of the ocean. How to run a ship. And when you're done,
Thank you.
drop you at the Mordoni. Get the hell off my ship and I get it back. Hopefully, never see each other again.
If you win the duel.
You've got a smart mouth. I suggest you
Is that
watch
good?
that.
Okay. Kara will let him go.
First
He'll
lesson.
cut the...
First lesson. Big talk goes a long way, but you've got to be able to back it up. Pirates are the sorts that usually call a bluff if they see it. Even worse is the Admiralty and the Navy. They don't deal with bluffs. If they think you can't back up your word, also if they think you can't back up your word, it's cannon fire for your ship.
Oh. Speaking of which, you have cannons on this ship. I actually didn't ask what the layout of the ship is, how many cannons there are, what we're looking at.
There's about 3, 4, 5, 6 cannons on each side surface.
Oh. So we got a decent sized ship here. All right, well that's fine. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna go ahead and cut him free, I suppose.
Just to give you a look at the ship.
Dude, I'm loaded. It's literally loaded up. I'm waiting for you. There we go.
As we're sort of Kari's about to get a tour, is it alright if he's like, yo, we haven't seen the ferry in a while. I'm gonna go check out. I'm gonna go look for him real quick.
Yeah, no,
That's a really good point. We're lost.
Dexter's gonna join you on that.
Okay.
Oh, for investigation.
So yeah, as far as you can see, the entire morning and afternoon, you've not run into the ferry at all. Meaning, he might be back at the tavern, or he might have, sometime during the night, just wandered off somewhere in a drunken stupor. So he was drinking a lot. And that ferry is, pardon the pun, a flight risk.
That's true. I was gonna say though, you know, how much alcohol can he fit in his tiny little body?
Like an lad.
I think we would be surprised.
He would be.
That's
surprised.
true. I feel like he does have that chaotic energy.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go look for our little Moussie fairy companion.
Quick
How's
check-in.
going?
Are you actually cutting Redmane free, or are you?
Yeah, I am gonna cut Redmane free.
As you cut him free, he stands back to full height, working at his wrists, looks to his first mate, Tabaxi. Don't gut them for now.
For now, wait.
I had to say that to him, otherwise you take the opportunity when you're sleeping in your cabin.
That's honestly understandable.
That is understandable.
We have an accord for now, and I intend to stick to my side of the bargain, and I let my crew know that.
Well, as do I. I will make sure that my crew here is going to keep it up and up. and nobody will be harmed until our fateful duel.
Do that. Now, you've got people to go hunt down and speak to. Me, I've got a concussion to sleep off.
I could try to heal that up for you.
Don't touch me.
Well,
I
you
love
tried.
him.
Well, you tried, old man.
You, I still remember dashing in to have a shot of me. The first opportunity you got. I don't trust you. Same with you, child. You're very lucky I don't punch you over the side of overboard.
Whoa,
Don't,
you remind me of my father.
He's just gonna look at Mallory like, huh?
Just looks down at you. Maybe I should just spare you the pain and do it anyway.
Oh boy, I can't wait till he finds a fairy. Or the fairy. He sounds like a lovely fellow.
It
Please
just looks to
don't
Carrie and
talk-
it says, "You are hauling a whole cargo of damaged goods." And that's best saying something as someone who runs a pirate crew.
Yeah, we met by happen chance. So far though, I mean, we've gotten out of a lot. I talked down that Terriask, and we met a really giant dragon, and he was pretty friendly, and I talked him down, and
His eyes continue to narrow. He looks to the rest of you. Considers that.
Yeah.
Has this suffered a concussion as well, or is he speaking the truth?
He's speaking the truth.
It was horrifying.
Where was this?
Where were we at before?
Like out of character? Tricus.
Yeah.
out of character. I can't
Tricus.
actually recall the name.
I
But
can't remember the name.
Tricus.
Tricus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tricus.
The Sunken Island Tricus.
We slipped out. We met a lich. He was very nice.
Wait, what do you mean Sunken Island?
Looks to
That's where
He looks to
Yeah.
Isaki and says, "That island sunk 6 months ago."
Huh?
Under the sea.
My dragon friends.
Oh. It's
How long were we? It's been 6 months. What? Okay, actually, here's a question. What was the weather like when we left Tricus?
yeah, that is a
Like fall-ish.
And now it's like summer.
Yeah.
And shit, right?
Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
we
but that's
just-
not too far. Damn. Well,
It's hard for you guys to tell that it's summer season because you're in an island paradise where it's
it's
perpetually
yeah,
sunny.
we're
and warm.
always here.
yeah.
So yeah, you guys just found out that in the bridge of you guys being teleported over, something went McFucky-wucky and time advanced 6 months, or at least
Well, it could have been a lot worse.
at least 6 months.
Yeah, at least.
Because you don't know how long it was until after you left that it got sunk.
Oh shit. Okay. How did it sink?
Nobody knows. We've lost. Nobody has been able to get. Nobody. We all lost communication with our contacts there. Months ago, months before the incident, nobody was able to get a ship onto the island without it sinking, and then all of a sudden it just was swallowed into the sea.
I could make a few guesses.
I don't think that the Tarask or the big dragon would have done it, and I doubt the Lich actually cared that much.
I think he just wanted to go back to sleep.
Oh man, that means he's gonna wake up underwater.
If you're
Well,
telling the truth and there was a Tarask, then if you're telling the truth and there was a Tarask, then that would probably.
It would make sense.
It would, but he's small. I mean, he stepped on me.
I mean,
But if it got bigger, I mean,
you remember when we were talking to the dragon? That cave easily, caved in and it became a sinkhole.
Well, yeah, but from what I know about those dragons, they're cave dwellers. I think they can move through the earth.
mhm.
Well, it would surprise me if he moved a little too much and the island went with him.
A whole island? Well, as interested as I am, I don't know if we should head back there. That's not necessarily. Man, but our money. I just found out that money's important.
So yeah, bring you back to the world map.
Oh, it's gone. And it's gone.
Didn't even like Tricus. Wasn't even important.
Under the sea.
Oh yeah.
Well, I have a
yeah,
question.
the island could never get a break. Yes, go ahead.
You can Trask swim.
As far as you know, yes.
Lovely.
So,
Well, we know we're big bad evil guy now. So, the shock aside, I'm gonna go look for our friend. Who wants to come along with me?
what the hell did I sign myself up for?
Does Mr. Redmayne know what the illustrious Moussie is? Who or what?
No, he wouldn't know. I don't think he would know.
Yeah, I don't think it would either. So what I'm hearing is, oh boy, he's gonna get a headache once he sees the thing.
So yeah, I'm gonna get off the ship and I'm gonna immediately go look for our fave friend.
Okay, you're gonna start searching around. Anybody gonna start looking for crew, or are you guys waiting?
I'm gonna stay with Redmayne to kind of get a. I mean, he's resting, but I kind of would like to stay on the ship and maybe try and figure something out about it.
Okay. What are the other two doing? Well, Mallory and Dexter.
I am going to help Pebby find our furry friend.
Okay. And what is Mallory doing?
I think Mallory will set out and try and find some crew.
Oh boy.
A little child recruits. That's actually
hello?
adorable.
Would you like to come on my ship?
Hey, you guys want to join my pirate crew? We just killed a guy.
Do you want to be a pirate?
Yeah. Being a pirate is alright to me.
Yes. So, okay. One's out on recruitment. Two are looking for the ferry, and one is hoping to learn a little bit about being a captain and running a ship. Okay, first off, Isaki and Dexter. Both of you roll me a D100.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, I'm terrified.
Interesting.
What do you need us to roll?
what
D100.
D100?
1D100?
Yep. Wow, that's very close. So, letting the shock of the fact that the island you were apparently just on, you were fairly sure yesterday, apparently sank into the depths of the ocean more than half a year ago. You're understandably a little bit distracted. It leads you to wandering around a little bit, and eventually, you come back to that grave site. Before. So gravesite is an interesting term, considering how people of Haven dispose of their dead. Now, I mentioned that it was a big open circle, somewhere in just about the middle of one of the islands. Is effectively a ring of a boardwalk with a big set of steps going over an open circle of water, within which lots of sharks and what I described previously as being shark-like mermaids spent a lot of their time waiting for bodies to be dropped in and disposed of.
It's eco-friendly.
Going.
I should, since there was a nature roll, and someone did roll fairly high, I'm fairly sure. You would now know those things as being called Malenti. They are a less evil, offshoot, marginally.
But I should say they're less culturally biased. But
Their heritage intertwines with that of the Sahagin. You guys don't know how much the Sahagin feature in this world, why they're important, what sort of significance they have. Only that in your time here at Haven, they are much maligned people. Malenti trace their heritage back to the Sahagin. Being very carnivorous, like darker scaled merfolk. You see a few of them playing around in the burial waters. They're mostly just tussling and tumbling on the water's surface. Some tackling each other, some playing at grabbing one another and dragging each other beneath the waves. But there's three in particular that are taking turns swimming back and forth and thwacking their tails against a barrel that is bobbing in the water. Every once in a while, they'll take turns circling, and then come along and, quick as a dart, and smack their tail against it. Sometimes they'll come up from underneath and bump it and send it halfway out of the water. They'll rock and wave and bob, and every time that'll happen, there'll be I don't know, would Moussie scream or shriek if he was jostled while inside of a sealed barrel?
How long has this been going on?
About 8 hours.
No, at this point they're silent. They're in the barrel, sitting cross legs, arm crossed, with a permanent frown on their face.
Mm-hmm. Half submerged
Maybe
in
for the
alcohol.
first-
God.
At least you have at least when you were put in the barrel, it was full of alcohol.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
For the first 3 hours, yes, they were screaming, but after a while, they just get, yeah, no, fuck this, I hate this.
Huh. Dexter, wouldn't you look at that?
And as you're
Where the
watching,
fuck's Christelle?
probably somewhere laughing. After about a minute of watching this, one of the larger of the Malenti, still cackling and definitely, from what you can tell, just having a grand old time, comes along from the side. And just as much she's about to plow headlong into the barrel, there's a sharp turn down into the water and disappears with a little. And then there's a moment of silence and stillness as the other Malenti circle the barrel, and then the barrel is launched fully out of the water. You see the Malenti in a spray of ocean spume underneath the barrel, doing a halfway flip. You can see that either through some mechanism of her body had launched the barrel fully out of the water. As it keeps climbing and climbing and climbing, and then smashes against the side of a house. The lid, it indents into the thatch roof, and the lid pops off. The lid itself comes rolling down the hill, down the thatch roof, thumps edgelong into the boardwalk, and then rolls along a little bit before coming to a stop and spinning and halting at your guys' feet.
The barrel proper is on top of the house, right?
Yeah, lodged into the thatch.
Should
So it's open now, right?
Yes.
The Moussie finally seen sunlight, and they're drunk now, more than likely drunk in stupor, more than likely. He did have that one big alcohol thing, and we're pretty fine afterwards. Anyways,
Let's just say you're Irish tipsy.
Irish gypsy. The Moussie climbs out of the barrel and immediately, due to not using their legs for a good hot minute, falls off the roof. After
Can I try
stepping
to
out.
catch him?
Give me an athletics check.
I
you just run to try and
I'll
catch
help
him?
with that. I'll help.
You can also make one.
Okay.
As
Athletics.
the two of you run to go try and catch the Moussie as he just sort of wobbly with weak legs stumbles to the edge of the roof and then
Oh.
tips over. And Dexter, you see him making his way to the roof and you go, "Oh no!" Isaki, you do the same thing. You just you both run and go, "Oh no, oh no, he's so tiny, he's gonna break against the pot, he's gonna break against the floor." As you then run, and before he's even halfway tipped over the side, you're there with arms interlaced in a fireman catch. As he then lands, and you both bring your arms down a bit to give some give, so he's not just stomped cold on your arms. Moussie, you are currently being held and sort of supported along your back and legs. You're feeling lightheaded, more than a little dizzy and nauseous. The light is bright and offensive as the sun glares down at you in its vengeful way, as it does at every drunk that drinks before 1 o'clock. And well, who knows? This might be a close feeling to what heaven might feel like. You're being held, you're being pulled aloft by a choir of angels as you make your way to heaven's pearly gates. But the queasiness in your stomach tells you you're very much still on Earth, or still on the mortal plane.
Moussie.
As they land, the sun hurts their eyes. They just pull their hat down over their eyes completely and go, "Oh, everything's spinning. How long has it been? I need food. Ah."
Whoa.
Complaining.
I'm gonna pull out one of my probably really bad rations that I'm gonna just hand to Moussie.
Gone. Reduced to atoms.
You hand it to the fairy, and he wolfs it down. And honestly, hunger and desperation are the best spice. And while it doesn't taste great, it tastes edible.
Amen. That's all I need.
It's something to fill the void of your stomach.
So, Moussie, we're gonna make you even more dizzy. We just found out something very interesting. Also, how the hell did you get inside that barrel?
Also, you?
Yeah, that too.
I'd like an intelligence roll from Moussie to see if he remembers what happened last night.
Oh boy. So I clicked the intelligence button, right? Hold on.
Yep.
Apparently, Moussie's better than never mind.
It's a bit of a hazy wash. You're fairly sure you said something to someone, and then they grabbed you by the head and shoved you in a barrel.
I remember. That thing I know. I said I was talking to someone. Fucking barrel. I'm here. I was in the ocean for a bit, I think. I heard giggling and mashing around and all that. Fucking dizzy and nauseating. I just drink the fucking liquid in the barrel to not drown. Oh.
Did you call someone a crybaby bunting again?
Maybe. Maybe.
Let's get you some
let's.
food.
I'm gonna hold Moussie over my shoulder as we begin to walk towards some sort of food place, restaurant, or whatever.
Yeah, service industry is still functional here. You can definitely find a place to eat. They're gonna be filled with semi-drunken revelers, but it's always somewhere to eat. It's not gonna be quiet.
So what do I have to roll to vomit?
Constitution save. If you want to go that route.
Happy I hit.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Lemusi, unfortunately, I want to say thankfully Lemusi has a strong stomach, strong enough stomach that they
Yeah. And you don't really follow typical biological rules anyway.
That's also true.
So, Moussie,
What? How
You remember the
want?
island? You remember that island we were on before we came here?
The funny bone man and vampire?
Yes, it is now under the water.
Alright, cool. Don't care. Guess I need food in my stomach.
We're gonna
Nice.
get you more food in the stomach, but if it makes you feel better, the guy that didn't give you your pie is probably under the sea now.
It does put a smile on my face.
Okay.
Moussie is very much focused on the current of what's happening, not so much of the past. And currently, they want food.
The
Understood.
baby's hungry.
Priorities. See,
You try-
Moussie has a plan for his life.
Okay.
You
What
try
could
being in the
we-
fucking barrel.
I don't think I would fit in there, Chief. Okay, so so we find a food stall or anything like that rather quickly, yes?
But an inn, a tavern, food stall, whatever you wish.
Okay.
As that's happening, Mallory, I would like a D100 from yourself.
All right.
Man. Also, Peppy, you gotta love the fact that I have such a high
Oh.
intelligence, but it's so useless.
Just a dot.
One
Well-
number off your funny number.
Ah!
Yeah.
One away.
Can we add one more? Can we
No.
add one to the roll, please?
Oh,
Please?
damn it.
It's gotta come naturally.
It almost came naturally.
Exactly.
There's a joke to be had there.
I was about to say, yeah, one more, and I can absolutely make that joke. Coming.
Mm-hmm. So yes, Mallory, like any good child, you wander off unattended. But honestly, you're never alone. Not really.
Yeah, never.
Much to the disagreement of the voice in your head, it says, Mallory, you really shouldn't be going off on your own.
No, that's fine. I have got you, right?
Mallory, that's not a good excuse. I'm not actually here with you in person. You know that, right?
But I can hear you, so you're here. And you can hear me too, so...
Little brother, I love you so much. But you worry me so much.
I just imagine he's just waddling around with his arms like held out and stuff like that, just like whoop.
Yeah, just toddling along.
Yeah.
Okay. At that point, Emily, as you're wandering through Haven, very tactically steers you away, when possible, from some of the more seedy districts of Haven. Some of the maybe more debaucherous areas, which you very nearly stumble across into. Until eventually you find yourself once more inside one of the many, many bars of Haven. And come here in search of intrepid crewmates to help man your ship. This seems like a place rife with hardened sailors and potentially pirates. How would you like to try and get people on board?
Well, and Mallory, if they've been out in the ocean, Mallory doesn't really...
Lynn, you died.
Mm-hmm.
From the Leonin, he kind of... Hello?
You kind of
Hello.
you dropped out there for a bit.
You're back though.
You said something along the lines of if they've been
Oh.
out on the ocean and then we
Oh.
lost you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mallory doesn't understand, doesn't fully get what sort of image that represents, but from the Leonids, he kind of understands they have to be more of a rugged type, so he's gonna walk over to any sort of rough or any sort of group that seem that they have some experience in battle.
Okay. And how would you like to try and impress yourself upon them? Would you like to intimidate them? Would you like to wow them with your wit? Would you like to trick them? Basically, what social skill are you hoping to use this encounter?
He's gonna hope to. Pretty much. Entice them into joining.
Okay, so persuasion.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll me a persuasion skill check.
All right.
Uwu, would you like to join us in our epic adventure? Uwu. Oh, damn.
Oh shit.
Oh, shites.
They like the Uwus.
Oh dear.
Motherfucking damn.
What does this say about these men that they're willing to follow a child onto a pirate ship? Anyway, so Mallory, walking in. How would you like to go about enticing these men onto the ship? If there's any manner of ways you can do this. You can try and imitate the posture of a pirate yourself. You can try and just be. We're gonna try and give them the salesman spiel, or you could do it entirely your own way. Give me any idea.
Well, Mallory would, ask them pretty bluntly, do you want to join the pirate ship? He gives a fairly vivid description of what the pirate ship looks like, but honestly, coming from a child, it seems like some sort of fantasy or pipe dream that they have, and they were just asking for mates to play with. But he does bring out a. Let's see. He does bring out a couple gold, say 10 to 15 gold, and offer it as a sort of down payment for the time. Like at the time. Because it's nearly a third of what he has at the moment.
Okay. So as you give them the rundown and offer a fistful of gold as a sort of a deposit, shall we say, to try and catch their interest until such time as they decide, yeah, let's do this. Flick. It's finally your time.
Here we go.
Oh boy, do we finally get to see the boy?
A small flashback, I think, could be permitted.
Yeah.
Just simply going a little bit back. It's been a while. It's been a rough road ever since the fairly tumultuous happenings with your old crew, the betrayal, both intentional and unintentional, the hardships that came of that, pursuit of the pursuit of the treasure of the dread pirate Sable, who is supposedly stashed away on an island far hidden from typical eyes, that required some very deft navigations work to find. And when it was finally found, there was a squabble, as some of the less united crews tend to have when the mother lode is struck. Or so you thought. As it turned out, the treasure that was stowed on the island was still guarded by the dread pirate Sable himself. He was displeased, both at being disturbed in his rest, having his hoard disturbed, found, nonetheless, as you and your crew have made themselves liabilities, potential information leaks, but also at the betrayal happening on his soil, on his sand. So it was almost come to pass that you and your crew were simply beheaded wholesale. But through some means, you managed to strike a bargain with Satan. You managed to catch his interest. Your crew, your ex-crew, was spared, but are still on the high seas, gathering tolls and treasure, paying almost all what they find in tithe to Sable as recompense for insulting him, causing trouble on his soil. Effectively, they work as privateers pro bono. They barely keep anything of what they get. Give it to Sable in exchange for keeping their lives and being able to barely maintain themselves. You, on the other hand, act as its emissary. You're out in search of something. That thing exactly? Not disclosed quite yet. And while your tithe that you have to pay to him is considerably less, you still owe him your allegiance and are still his agent on the high seas. Which has brought you a fair few places. To Haven now and again, as it is a free and open place to all who simply refuse to, all those who simply have the good sense not to bring trouble. Hydrate in a moment. And those who have the simple sense not to cause trouble. Though that isn't always the case. Still. Yet you find yourself in Haven yet again, surrounded by interesting characters. And curiouser and curiouser still. This child, this thing, you're not sure what they are, only that they have wings, a single immaculate horn, and an askance halo above their head. Clutching a fistful of gold coins, promising you new employment on an up-and-coming pirate crew. And the rest of the people sitting at the table drinking with you, their eyes are filled with a mixture of either concern, confusion, or avarice. As I
So why do we leave the kid alone again?
So can everybody see that?
See what?
Oh, it's a cat. It's a cat. He looks cool.
Behold.
Behold the cat.
Oh,
What are we looking at? Where?
Roll 20.
Twitch.
And
Behold. It's your boy.
Not
We can't. I can't see it on Roll20, but I can see it on stream.
Oh, there we go. Now I see it on 120. We're on the stream.
Oh,
yes,
It's a
Flick.
cat.
This child is sitting
that's
in
an
front of-
awesome looking cat.
Yes. Once more, the art was done by T. Whenever she has
Yes.
continued when she has the time to
Bless.
support us. Very nice of her. Yes, Flick, or Flick of the Ear. This child is currently offering employment on the pirate ship. How do you respond, and how do you feel about this?
Well, Flick, as he sits there in his seat with his mug of something alcoholic but not quite strong, he's kind of weighing his options at this point. His last crew he didn't have the best relationship with, but even so, he needs to find work wherever he needs to find it. He kind of reaches into a side pocket, like that's kind of nestled betwixt the his many garments that are of various kind of dark shaded colors. Reaches into it, kind of pulls it to the side a bit and looks in and sees how much gold he currently has. It's not a lot of gold, and frankly, he wishes he had some more gold. And he wishes he had some stable employment, however stable one would consider piracy. Regardless, he kind of takes a deep breath, sets his cup aside a bit, sits up in his chair, and says, "I might be interested, kid."
Oh, that's awesome. Our ship is docked at the dock, and I know the way. So if any of you want to come with, then follow me.
There's a couple of people at the table who's like, there's an orc, there's a couple humans, there's an orc, a couple humans, there's even a half elf mixed in. They just kind of look between all of you. The half elf for his part just puts his hands up and goes, "Look, I'm all for all sorts of fun, but even I have some lines I draw sometimes. You guys have fun with the kid if you want. I'm not getting wrapped up in that." The orc, for his part, just thinks. He doesn't say much. He just grumps a little bit, nods, and stands up from his chair. Two humans, looking fairly alike each other, just kind of shrug and go, can do worse than entertain a kid for an afternoon. Hydrating? Okay, yes. So, the two humans and the orc stand up alongside.
Great. Mallory. Oh.
Right. Yeah, please continue. You were saying something, Mallory?
No. You continue.
Alright. So the orc and the two humans, they stand up as well and go, "Well, we're interested." The orc, for his part, just says, "With pay." So he puts out a hand.
So it goes. Will this be the only payment we get, or will there be more down the pipe?
Could you say that again? I clipped out.
Oh, oops.
I'll
Flick,
tell you about
Flick
the
kinda-
payment, but I think
Oh, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I am.
Boy.
Flick was kind of leaning in and asking, will this be the only pay we get, or would there be more down the pipe? Oops, my dogs are freaking out.
Oh, the chaos that is your canines. Yeah, the Mallory has affirmed that this is not the only pay you will be getting.
All right, sounds pretty good. Tell you what, it beats freebooting an island hopping between all these crews past.
If everything
couple
goes well,
of
yeah,
waterlines then.
it should be more down the pipe.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Commission-based work. The curse of being a pirate.
Let's get to year.
Contract work is fun.
Yes. The orc extends one large hand, palm up to you, Mallory, and says, "Hey."
I died for a moment.
Died for a moment? Shit.
Yeah, Discord disconnected around commission.
Okay. The commission work. We got the curse of being a pirate. Yes, the orc puts out one hand, one big meaty hand, and palm upwards and says, "Pay."
Actually, before I go any further, Flick holds up
And
a
then
hand.
the number of people, and he's gonna try and do some head math. Let's see, 35 divided by 4.
Flick will hold up a hand and say, actually, before I go any further, mind if I ask a question?
Yeah?
What exactly are you guys looking for? Because depending on what
We're
you're looking
looking-
for, I might be able to lend a hand.
We're looking for, I think, someone to look out on. No. We're looking for someone to steer the boat. We're looking for someone to cook food. And who else are we looking for?
Emily just chimes and says, "Navigator."
Oh, and navigator. We're looking for a navigator.
Flick's brow kind of heightens a bit, and the one of his ears will actually flick a little bit, and he'll sit up and say, "Oh, well, you're in luck. Happen to know my way around the world here and there."
The orc nods and says,
Oh,
"Can-"
that's his lucky.
Orc nods and says, "Can cook."
Well, that's perfect. What are the skills of you guys? And Mallory's gonna face the humans.
They look to each other. They're both sort of like red-headed. Very similar. They're both kind of wiry and lean. Stand very close to each other, almost twin-like. As to say, "Oh well, we've got all kinds of skills. Judging about what you need, I can steer the ship, and I can run the rigging." They say in an interchangeable way, as one completes the sentence of the other. We're also powder monkeys. We can run the powder from cannon to cannon. But they just sort of then like one arm around each other's shoulders and go say, "But we always work as a team."
That's wonderful. I like you guys. Okay, so first, upright payment. I only have 35 gold with me right now, so I'll give you each 8 gold.
I'll take it.
Okay, so that's 8 times 4. That's wait, that's wrong. I don't think I have.
Mallory,
that
you're a
much.
gold
35
short.
divided by 4. A gold short.
You're doing that correctly. No, actually, you're fine. You're actually 3 over.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's just Emily's like, "That leaves you a little bit of something, but remember, you still need to eat."
Well, I think 3 gold's enough for food for a bit.
I hope so. Those Mordoni can be very, very money hungry.
Oh, hopefully, we might get some nice ladies again, and they'll give us free food again.
Oh, Mallory. So yes, the bargain is struck. The money is handed over. 4 new
yeah.
employees are signed on to the crew.
Well, Mallory thinks that's enough. Hopefully.
The two, the orc is fairly typical. He's sort of dusky gray skin, laconic, standing at a pretty decent height of about 6 feet. Very stocky and wide and muscular. The two humans. I don't know if you've ever seen the Ace Hunter from Monster Hunter, from Monster Hunter World. Sort of wiry and lean with a shock of red hair that goes up in a mohawk. A little bit like that,
That's cool.
but 2 of them. Yeah. So the bargain struck. I assume you guys are heading back to the boat, discussing particularities as you go.
Yeah. As we're kind of getting up and getting ready to go, Flick will finish his drink and he will pay his dues to the barkeep, and he will mutter to himself, "Finally, I can get out of this dump."
I heard that.
No, I'm not talking about the bar. Don't worry, it's a nice bar.
I'm so unrighteous of you, bro.
Most
Here's the
unrighteous
man.
Merchant. Most unrighteous, dude. Yes. You, yeah. You leave the bar. Moving back to, Dexter Lamusi and Isaki. Lamusi has been fed, has sobered up a little bit, at least a little bit, and is no longer feeling like he got put on spin cycle.
I realized something I realized something I could have done earlier. I regret it now.
What's that?
I could have changed my accent. Moussie for that duration.
It could have been like, I don't know, fucking African or something.
I could have been Russian.
My brother.
Moussie.
Sorry, my head got a little scrambled too much.
The Moussie, where do you come from? Lots of different places.
Not false.
Mhm.
Anyways,
Jeez.
Lamusi's back from Moldova.
Don't start.
Alright, let's get back to the story.
Okay. So nothing else would happen in the meantime. You guys sort of start making your way back to the ship now that you've found your fairy. I want an intelligence roll from Kari.
I can get that for you. Here we go.
If you're having difficulties doing it on the phone, I can roll it for you.
I would appreciate if you could do it for me because my laptop still won't turn on.
Not great. So Kari, you're currently, you got a very grumpy Redmayne, holding what is basically just a wet rag to his head, as you're needling him with questions, and he's trying his best to explain to you a lot of the really implicit stuff about being a pirate, some of the stuff that's usually like unspoken rules and things like that. Things that tend to be unspoken for the sake of if you don't talk about it because if an authority overhears, it's just not good common sense, right? But you don't have common sense, and that's making him very frustrated. You don't have common sense, and you don't have the sort of ingrained code that tends to come from being a pirate. You have what was basically a 2-month internship on top of on a dwarven turtle ship, where you were basically just kept below board in the dark, both like physically and figuratively, where you were just used as a lifting machine, told to get up on deck, go on the other ship, grab their stuff, bring it into the cargo hold. After that, you stay there in the hold. So he's having a hard time getting this stuff through your skull, and you yourself are also feeling a little bit frustrated because just not rocking everything he throws your way. You get a couple things here and there, like some of the lingo. You learn some of the basic ideas behind piracy. One, that it is, in fact, a criminal enterprise. And it tends to be bad people who are purposely bad who engage in the practice. One thing you do eventually understand is that the reason the dwarves do it is because it's a culturally accepted phenomenon. It is, in fact, endorsed by their government. Why, you can't fully get, but yeah. But the things he tries to impress upon you are things like the aspects of leadership. What side is larboard and what side is starboard?
what's a keel, what's a rudder, that kind of thing. Yeah, eventually it's just a point where Kari just kind of checks out. And is with one of these headache-inducing lectures, both for you and for Redmayne, that the rest of the group eventually convenes back at the ship. Now with new people in tow, a ferry, and 4 new consigns. So, the rest of you, I'll say that Moussie, Dexter, and Isaki managed to get back on the ship first. Moussie, on a boat. Apparently, they stole this boat. Temporary acquisition.
As far as Moussie knows, he's got a boat.
Yeah.
all as far as Moussie cares is we have a boat.
Mhm. Mallory, you return with your 4 compatriots. Was that Kari? Very quiet.
I said that
The Lucy, you're back. I thought you died.
Pretty much did there, laddie. Oh, it's horrible.
You're back. I took you for dead.
Oh,
Yes. Funny reference. Funny joke. Mallory, returning back to the ship with your 4 new enlistees in tow. Probably feeling just a little bit proud of yourself. Coming back all the way. The 2 redheads kind of whistle and go, "That is not a bad ship." Is that? They point to the head of it where there's a lion's head for the maiden's post, and the stripe of red that runs along the ship. They go, "Kid, this isn't your ship."
My friend took it. He said it's his ship now.
Your friend, is his name Redmayne?
No.
Did somebody buy the ship?
Redmayne said he'd kick me off.
I like to believe the
Alright.
Latin is actually happening.
No. What's happening?
You're lagging out a lot.
What's actually happening?
There we go. You became a robot for a second. They're like asking questions. Like you were dialing up. You didn't know.
Okay, Mallory, if you have escaped dial-up hell,
Is any specific question I start lagging? Maybe.
in that case, please repeat yourself.
Oh, what was the question?
Let me call it. Is the name of your friend Redmayne, and then also Flick asked if someone had bought the ship.
No, neither of those. We do have Redmayne on board.
The 2 redheads look to you, Flick, and the orc just kind of harumphs. The 2 humans just giving you a meaningful look.
Aggressive takeover?
Sounds like it.
Hmm.
I mean, if there's anything more piratey, I can't think of it.
And our captain is Carrier.
Can't say I've ever heard of his name.
That's because I lived out from under a. Wait, am I close?
No, you're
Yeah, he
you're on the ship.
grew up in a. I think he grew up in a cave.
Not exactly ocean-born material.
Yeah, that's why we need ocean-born people.
Excellent point.
And that's why we have Redmayne.
Just the twins look to you again, Flick. He's gonna kill them the first chance he gets.
Flick just takes a deep breath and says, "Well, yeah, but I hope it comes at least quick, if it ever comes."
And if only all mutinies were this easy to spot coming. All right then, let's have a look at your ship, shall we?
Yeah, let's go look at the work you did. I'm all for working.
Yes, the Mallory and her 4 cohorts board onto the ship.
Okay, then Mallory's gonna.
What? Well, one thinks that Sully or Lynn is like 10 seconds behind everybody else.
Over
Maybe.
to, I think he's gonna look over to Karia and yeah, maybe I'm 10 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So continue.
Yeah.
Try to make the best of it. Right.
Sorry, I'm back again.
Okay.
Welcome
Good to have
back.
you back.
You made it.
So, okay. You once more board onto the boat. Kare, you see Mallory crest over the gangplank, now with 4 people trailing behind him. 2 humans, an orc, and a tabaxi.
Carl will be sitting at the helm, basically, just kind of staring at the wheel, very confused, but trying not to look it. When he sees everybody kind of pop over, he goes, hi, hello, as he tries to deepen his voice.
What are you doing with your voice?
What?
I don't know what you're on about, Mallory. I am glad
You
that
really
you...
sound a lot.
The 2 twins are just kind of like they're leaning on each other, trying not to guffaw at this.
Can I give him like a, not like a really hard pat on the back, but like a medium, like hard
Like a
pat on the
little
back?
thwap.
Yeah.
Flick is just using his claws to just scratch the back of his head. He has his cowl, and he's just scratching the back of his head.
Carter's gonna kind of go back.
The orc,
He's like, all right.
the orc standing at full height crosses his arms, shakes his head, and goes, "You're greener than my mother."
Karya's gonna kind of pause for a minute and then go back to his youth, trying to remember what Redmayne said about keeping your crew in line. And the only reference he has to that is with a dear old dad, an angry slave driving dragon. So he's gonna kind of stand up, clear his throat again, and presumably Vair is still around. I don't think he's put him away.
unless
Oh
he
no, he
dismissed
probably
him.
would have. Yeah. He will, I guess, manifest Vair once again as he clears his throat again and tries desperately to deepen it, and hypes himself up for a second, just kind of like, okay. I am the Dragon Lord Orthos, Slayer of Redmayne, and conqueror of this ship.
Roll me a deception with a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Redmayne is down on the bottom deck, just looking up with a look of perplexed confusion.
Dexter
I'm
is
still
having-
alive.
Isaki has like beyond face palmed at this moment. Like
You're that picture. You're that picture where the face is, the hand has gone through the face out the back.
yeah.
The Moussie watches this and watches this with a big smile on their face. This is the show they need after being stuck in a barrel for about
Yeah, no, that's how Dexter is, like that shit-eating grin.
Yo, stay.
Actually, I forgot you're having trouble with because you're on your phone right now. I'll go ahead and roll a deception.
Yeah, please, I was about to say, please roll me the deception roll. I can't get
You
on
get
and
a
do both.
3.
You rolled a 3.
That sounds par for the course. Frankly, I would have been mad if it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check something real quick.
Flick is looking between the twins and the orc that's with them, still kind of like rubbing his head, and like kind of stroking his ears as well.
Yeah, that'll match your
Oh.
AC as a bucket comes flying at your head and whacks off it.
Should Redman throw a bucket at me?
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as Redmayne bellows across the deck and saying, "I'm still here, you milksop! If you're gonna claim you slew me, actually do it!"
I didn't want to kill you. I don't like killing people.
With that, just Redmayne looks over to all the newcomers and says, "Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew."
After a brief moment of kind of awkward sense, Flick will kind of nod his head and say, yes, very glad to be aboard.
You won't be for very long.
Redmayne's about to pull a Mulan, let's get down to business type thing.
Flick, that's okay. I've been in some pretty temporary tenures myself. I tend to jump between crews here and there.
Loog. Also, Lamusi saw Dexter's grin as well, and put their hand out for a fist bump towards Dexter.
I'll give him the fist bump.
Human fist to fairy fist. A bump is had and brotherhood is solidified.
Carl would stand up and rub his pained head and go, "Alright, listen. So, I didn't understand how the whole asking for fairy worked, and I challenged Redmayne to a duel, and I feel like I could have won, but he shot me, and then
After
my,
your friends interfered,
I was getting to that. So, technically I'm the captain, and this is my crew. I offered up their lives, and thankfully they didn't want to die. And so, yeah, Redmayne and company here are gonna ferry us over to the next place over, and then I'm gonna fight him and take his ship, and then we'll keep you guys around. Hopefully.
So, Lucy's ears perked up when Kiara said something about getting shot, and immediately turns to Redmayne with a devilish grin upon their face.
whatever you're thinking of, don't try it.
I'll see about that.
I'll turn your
No.
tiny, tinkly body into a pretzel.
You're the first to threaten me like that. Won't be the last.
I know just the type of your kind. Ever heard of a cold iron brew?
Yes, unfortunately I have.
Good.
Got my eye on you, Mr. Redman. Got my eye on you.
Then the bucket that bounced off of Karya's skull, he landed once more on the bottom deck. He picks it up and once more returns to swabbing at the deck, humming a little ditty to himself.
Well, anyways, listen,
Me and
welcome
Red-
aboard.
Me and Redmayne are off to a great friendship.
allow me to introduce myself. My name is Flick. He does a curtsy. At your service. I'll be your navigator, as per our deal.
Okay, good. What does that mean? What do? You navigate us?
I can help you navigate, anyways. Just point me to a map and where you need to go, and I'll make sure that we get there.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Who do we use?
Ripplin died.
Ah, we lost. We lost Mallory. Oh no.
No.
Ah, shit.
Nothing to
Mallory-
They did say that
Mallory
they
has been unexpectedly smoked.
Yes.
Oh, they're back.
They are still muted.
Yeah, I
There.
didn't want a robot if I
That's fair.
maybe
Oh.
I'll
Yeah.
Yes.
You're good.
Yeah. So, with the navigator having introduced themselves, the orc, standing tall as he does, back straight and tusks on full display. Lifo. Cook.
The hand is so far through Isaki's face that it went across the world and now it's fucking touching his face again.
He's touching his elbow.
Yeah, touching his elbow now.
Images will be added.
Hey, question.
Mhm.
While this is happening, can I predict the weather with my Druidcraft cantrip? Or yeah, can I predict the weather while this is happening?
One moment. And the twins introduce themselves as Corin and Ditus.
Okay.
Get to work on finding good art for them later. Because I don't, as fine as it would be, sometimes you have to worry about copyright, as well as, sometimes you don't want to search for art for a character who may not be around for very long.
That's also true.
Might I recommend a nice pick group?
The pick crew helps, yes. Or sometimes also Pinterest. My brother in particular likes to build a Pinterest for each campaign he makes.
I'll send you
Actually, smart.
the pick crews that I've used.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So. Right. With that, Corin and Ditus, as they are, look around and go, well, we've got, I think, the bare minimum to get things started. We do, brother. Do we want to cast off now, before the rest of the crew comes back?
That sounds like a good idea. We've been waiting to get moving, honestly.
Where are we going anyway?
The vampire place?
Vampire Lane.
And where might that be?
Flick, being a seafarer as you are, especially since it's fairly close by,
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that you know where the Mordoni Confederacy is. Off to the west, there, black tinged area. So you know of the Mordoni Confederacy, that it is a primarily neutral nation filled with intelligent undead, primarily vampires, who all used to be part of the Aerodine the Godsrich Papacy, who lived out here in the blue section. Long ago, once upon a time, they were part of an expeditionary force that settled down, and eventually decided to become divided due to both moral and religious differences. The split was a lot less amicable at the time. Now, the Mordani are a powerhouse in their own right and have a lot of allies. A lot of people with investments at stake in them. So the papacy, while they could have a go, they could have a go at the what do you call it? At the Mordoni. It would be more than likely at a great loss.
Okay.
Yes. So you know of the Mordoni Confederacy, and it's actually fairly close by to Haven. Mostly, it would require
Okay, so-
you sailing above the sunken city of Korok here, which is the city of the merfolk, that dark area, going all the way to pretty straight shot.
Okay. So yeah, after Flick asks where it might be, he actually stops himself, raises a finger, and then snaps his finger and says, "Aha! You guys are west. Okay. Yeah, no, I can chart some passage over there." Point me in a map, and I can start drawing a nice straight path.
Yeah.
Towards the west.
You're gonna have to compensate for like the water currents because once you leave Haven, things get a lot more tempestuous. But it's nothing you haven't navigated before.
And we could prepare for the weather, but nobody can predict the weather perfectly.
I can't.
Except for the Moussie, who, it's up to you whether or not you trust him. But Moussie, for the next 24 hours, you're fairly sure, or you are, in fact, quite sure, from what the wind and the water whispers to you, that is going to be clear skies with very little wind.
The weather's going to sure to be all clear and sunny for the rest of the trip for the next 24 hours. 24 hours. Yeah. And while they give this
Alright.
information, they smile. They give a little grin towards what's his name?
Redmane?
Flicky.
Oh,
Flick.
Flick will kind of stop himself, and he'll point at the Moussie and say, I'm gonna trust your word on that, stranger."
Eyes of ye. Man.
He kind of
Days
looks
are fun.
like a straight path.
So, you guys, well, after Coral, who has been busy below deck taking inventory, emerges once more, and has been for the last 10 minutes in conversation, as much as you might call it that, with the Orc Litho, has returned up onto the deck. As once you finish that conversation, I'll say, "I have cataloged a full inventory of everything below deck. We have everything that would be required for a minimum of 2 weeks' travel before we would need to restock."
Well, thank you, Coral.
My pleasure. I enjoy helping.
Actually, being you're some artificial creature, do you even need sustenance?
Myself, I do not. I do occasionally require maintenance. I can handle that quite personally myself. So it's something of a personal process. Sort of like grooming yourself.
Grooming, surgery type thing, depending how severe it is, I suppose.
Something along those lines.
Okay, so do we have everyone that is needed to do ship stuff now?
Looks around. We have a cook who seems competent. He asked me about what inventory of ingredients we have. Has already begun charting meals. It appears we have everybody we require for operating and navigating the ship. We should be able to cast off.
Just point me to the map, and I can get us going.
Sounds like a plan.
Excellent.
Sounds like
Bane?
As excellent as Coral then brings up what looks to be a scroll tube, caps it, and pulls out a sea chart, which he then hands to you, Flick.
Flick will crack his knuckles and say, "Ha, ready. Let's see what we got."
under the wheel, there's the main cabin where a suitably large table should be for unrolling the chart and navigating.
Flick will go over there and do just that.
Excellent. Flick, I would like you to roll me your navigator's tools proficiency.
Nice.
19. Ooh.
Bad, not bad at all. So,
The DC was 20.
so the crew gets to work casting off, getting the anchor pulled up and the ropes undone from the pier. Layer. We don't have a token made for that yet, just
Banana tiger, banana tiger.
Something.
Soon may the Wellerman come.
Maybe. And I was gonna say also, let me see. Eyes the Mr. Flick here, and says to himself rather quietly, but slightly out loud. At the back, say, eh? I haven't seen one of them in a long while.
VR was here like 4 days ago.
We are
Two.
You know,
2 days ago.
And listen, my intelligence.
Your intelligence is
Intelligence-
18, if I remember correctly.
It is for some reason.
Not
My
represented.
actual intelligence isn't that great.
Whoa! Hi, Eddie. Good morning.
Egg is awoken.
That was the loudest I've ever heard that baby.
That was an actual shriek. But yes, you all set sail as the ship is cast off, and once more, and leaves the port.
We didn't get to say bye to the bros. Damn.
You didn't actually.
When it happens.
You may see them again at some point, perhaps. The ship casts off. Flick, you begin drawing a chart. You know the currents around this area. At least you know how the major currents operate, going around Korok, because Korok, being the gigantic sunken city that it is surrounded by what's basically a giant whirl, with a tide or a stream sort of circling the city that tends to pull boats astray. Not under, but it tends to knock them off course quite easily. So you're always constantly having to adjust. So you end up spending a lot of time with Ditus, one of the two twins, helping him to make the small adjustments he needs to do at the wheel. And eventually you're able to guide the ship along the correct path, begin making progress.
Meanwhile, Isaki's just been up in the crow's nest shivering, just shivering in fear of not being connected.
You're
to
clutching
land.
You're clutching onto the main mast.
Yep.
This'll do.
Oh, it's a big rowboat.
You end up coming somewhere around there. Karia,
Yes.
since you are the captain,
Oh fuck.
on behalf of your crew, I would like you to make me a D100.
All right. Let's do this.
We're all gonna fucking die.
Cracking.
Welcome to Random Encounters. You're gonna be happy.
Cracking.
Oh, fun. Actually, that's fun. I'm holding on to a Moussie, by the way.
Wait, Pierre, why am I in the crow's nest?
You're here now.
Use him as like one of those squishy stress
Since I am
dolls.
the captain with a struggling to turn on laptop, I'm going to relegate that role.
Okay. You're gonna delegate that to who? Who's your first mate in this regard?
Delegate that over to Moussie because I want it to be a low roll.
God damn it! I hate how you're not. Oh, I hate how you're not wrong with that one.
Natural.
The question is, do you want to roll
Oh.
low or do you want to roll high?
Exactly. I'm expecting something. I don't
Is
know
it
what.
is it D&D where you want to roll high, or is it like Warhammer where you want to roll low?
As someone who occasionally DMs, making encounter charts is really fun.
It is, but it can also be quite taxing if you're doing it for every scene.
Oh yeah, definitely. But
I've got
it's
one for
really
the high
fun to do.
seas for like the various larger seas, and one for each major nation if you're traveling between cities. But that took a while to throw together. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are very fun to put together. So 36,
Yeah.
Kraken.
almost 30. That would have been fun.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, as you guys are cruising along, and as a day passes, the Litho, true to his word, produces a appetizing, though not necessarily like, first class level, but still edible meal of stew for the entire crew. Thankfully, nobody on the crew needs any particularly special dietary allowance, so he's able to get away with just making an anything stew. It is as you're blowing on your stew and eating it, when lunch comes around, any of you on the top deck will see a pod of whales off to the starboard side, cresting through over the waves and jumping and splashing, their tails rising high into the afternoon horizon.
I love them. No, anyways, takes down the harpoon.
Soon may the one of them come. Take
Yeah,
that whale.
Flick is probably up on the top deck watching the whales do their thing.
Mhm.
He's still pretty impressed by it. He's seen it happen quite a few times, but it still makes him grin because it's such a cool sight.
Are these like regular humpback whales-ish type
Yeah.
things, or
Blue
okay?
whales.
Okay. Oh fuck.
Big,
Those
big,
are
old,
big.
big old whales.
Very nice.
You're very, very quiet, Karya. Not quite.
Those, not quite.
This way better?
Yes.
Yes. Those
Sorry,
are
I'm
sea
figuring.
dragons, Arya.
Sea dragons exist?
Sea
I
dragons?
thought they were just.
Those are whales.
Oh. What's a whale? Are they like fish?
Big fish.
They're a bit different from fish.
Oh.
For one, I'm pretty sure.
Can I get a-
For one, from fish.
The question is, do any of you know anything particular about whales, which would require a nature roll?
Oh
Uh-oh.
man.
Here. Let me roll nature because I think I don't know if Flick would necessarily have a surface level knowledge of what a whale is, but I'm just kind of going off of what I know.
Being a
so,
mariner,
What's nature
being mariner
again?
of a certain stripe,
Intelligence.
you might know some
Oh.
things.
I don't think Isaki would know shit about whales, so.
Flick.
Yeah, even though Kari actually is proficient in nature, he does not know what a whale is.
Yeah, you would have no reason to know. Flick, you know that whales are themselves not fish. They are gigantic creatures. One, they are often hunted because their bodies are sources of some very valuable resources. They're also a big source of meat. Especially many of the seafaring tribes like to hunt them because they will provide for a village for months to come. You know that they have lungs, unlike most fishes. Like most species of fishes. Got some feedback. Yeah, they're big, they're heavy, good source of meat and resources. Matt, I'm getting an echo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Would you like?
Okay.
You would know those basics about them. You know that they aren't fish. They are big, lunged hunks of meat that are very majestic when they break the waves. What you can extrapolate from that is
like we're worth quite a lot of money.
Unfortunately, hunting whales with cannons is a messy and very impractical business.
2 out of 10 would not recommend.
Rolls up sleeves. All right, I'm going in.
No, honestly, that makes me, yeah, I mean, they seem nice. Yeah, I just recently learned that money is important. I know that's, yeah, so I don't really have any need to, I guess, fight giant not fish.
Well, even if you don't have to hunt them, you can always just look for somebody selling some of their oil or blubber in town.
Huh.
Though, be warned, price is not for the faint of heart. Because, I guess depending on where you are and depending on market price, it can get kind of expensive.
Oh, I see. Huh. Why?
Worth a lot.
The greed of man, Karya.
I guess I kind of get it. I guess.
Hey, they're hella good resources, I'll tell you what.
Huh.
You continue moving forward a little bit. I would like another D100. Let's just do round robin on this one. Moussie was in.
Yes, I agree.
How about Pep? Go ahead,
Who's rolling?
you.
Oh.
I will.
Oh, okay. 57.
Okay.
What do I see, Captain?
You see, from your spot on the crow's nest, high above, what looks to be something winged, large. In fact, there's a whole flight of them, just like dipping in and out of the clouds way above you. Their wings are spiked, the tails are barbed, and they're flying out in a tight cluster, high up close to the clouds, sort of gliding along thermals.
Do I know what these are?
By nature.
Can I be up on the crow's nest with him? Just
Sure.
Yeah, I'm holding you. You're my safety blanket right now.
Can I roll nature to see if I know what they are?
Sure.
15.
Not bad.
Oh,
You recognize
where's
these as
nature?
wyverns.
Oh fuck.
You recognize these as being wyverns. These are the two-winged, two-legged, barb-tailed, sort of like not white dragons. They're draconids that like to soar high, occasionally steal a cow, from what you heard. They're not super common. I think they're quite rare over on the Titan's Arm. Usually, the only time you see one is that they migrated up from the North Country. But you've known about them, you've learned about them, you've heard from some of your fellow brothers in faith when they fought against some of them on their travels in the outside world. Mostly what you know is that they have a wickedly poisonous barbed tail.
They don't look like they're interested in us, right?
No, they're just flying overhead.
Wyverns?
Yeah. They're
Yeah,
just flying high
wyverns.
overhead in a tight formation. Like they're directly over the boat, but high, like skirting the clouds.
So can I throw my darts at it? I'm kidding.
You'd have to have a really good arm.
Yes. Thankfully, you guys have stayed out of bad territory. Moving along. Mallory. Would you like rolling me a D100?
All right.
Come on, can we get 69 now?
All right, I'm back.
Come on.
The days continue. The days continue as Flick continues steering the ship right.
Mm-hmm.
We have Didas at the helm, and there's others manning the different the different sections of the ship, various duties. Redmayne, for his part, has been taking care of some of the drudge work, as well as occasionally correcting Karya on various and a multitude panoply of mistakes. Redmayne always seems to find some fault in Karya's actions, whether or not he's making them up sometimes, or if there's, like, as is proven, genuinely, Karya is just ignorant of how to be a pirate captain. Hard to say sometimes. But Redmayne, at the very least, seems to take some sort of professional pride in trying to make something passable out of Karya.
My bad.
The rest ain't good enough.
You sound like my dad.
Damn.
If your father was more right than you think.
My father ate people. In fact, well, I guess I haven't not eaten. No, it doesn't matter.
What?
Just looking down at Karya like,
Huh?
What?
Listen, once you're out on the mountainside for at least a year, lost and trying to find your way, and someone attacks you and you don't have food, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
You want to know how I got these scars?
he ate a man. He tasted like chicken.
I had to cut
A
my
tip
cheeks
you
open.
right on my cheek.
I had to cut my cheeks open just so I could swallow the size of his
Good lord.
Yeah. So yeah, that horrifying factoid about Karya aside, with Redmayne just going, "You hate people? What?"
Well, I don't like to kill people. I don't like to really hurt people, but I mean, when the den kind of collapsed in ice, I should say, we didn't have much, and food was not necessarily something that got kept around. So, I tried to find my way down the mountain, but I didn't really know where I was, and when I finally did, people would attack and they'd jump, and they'd try and swindle me out of whatever they could, and most people were not good-natured, so yeah, it's a part of my heritage in a sense. I can eat raw meat, and it just so happened that a lovely dwarf and his two friends, bearing blades and bows alike, ended up in my stomach.
Hmm.
In my defense, I didn't want to hurt him. I gave them 5 chances, and in fact, they stabbed me twice.
They went out fighting.
What was that?
They went out fighting.
Yeah, they went out fighting.
You know,
I tried to stop them.
I thought deep down you weren't monster enough to be out here on the open sea, but you know what? I think you have potential.
Thank you.
Take a compliment.
Oh.
Take it from someone who's been on the high seas for about 30 years at this point. Becoming more like us, not something. Anybody who's on the high seas is either insane or desperate. Or some of us have simply done it so for so long we know no other thing in our lives. You think sane men go chasing after pipe dreams of treasure and shuck the possibility of stable employment for a life with rotting timbers and spoiled hardtack in their future, just on the slight chance they might strike it rich or raid that one ship that might be the mother lode, let them retire, get away with it alive.
Well, I guess not.
No.
Oh well. I mean, if you're looking to retire, I have an idea where you might be able to strike it rich.
He seems to quirk his head for a moment.
Do you remember that pile of gold that I dropped on the ship when we first met?
I remember, yes.
It was just an afterthought, you know. They didn't really. See, when my den collapsed in on itself, they didn't really. I guess the best way to put it is they didn't really do it for gold. They just kind of did it for the sake of it, and you know that because of that, it's mostly still there. I just grabbed what I could think of.
From everything you've told me, your ex-home is somewhere up in the mountains of Shiloh, somewhere along that line, past the Firegrove Valley. Even I'm not brave enough to go through the dwarves and the Fearbowl, through the cold in the mountains, leaving my ship and my cannons behind, to go chasing after what might still be a dragon's hoard.
Yeah, you know, I guess I never really thought about that. It was pretty dangerous out there.
With how much of a bumbling babe you are, you would have not made it out alive. Here we are, miracle of miracles.
Oh.
Child, I think you should be counting your blessings, because your luck is going to run out sometime.
Ooh, she's laughing at me.
I'd be laughing too.
Well, you know, Redman, I guess you got a point. I guess maybe I should take a second and think about it. Well, I mean, if luck goes your way, you'll have everything back soon.
Oh, wouldn't that be that? And that's when the deck of the ship shakes, lurches.
What?
And the entire ship just grinds to a stop.
God damn it.
Wait, Jotamate.
I think he's getting yelled out of the car. You just have to say something.
Okay, Matt, I'm seriously
Matt,
getting a
you're
lot of
robotic.
feedback.
That wasn't me.
Yeah. Someone was getting all roboty for a sec.
Yeah, I hadn't said anything. I heard that too.
Well, I was just getting a lot of feedback.
Probably.
Oh,
Me.
yeah. Pep is roboting, and Matt has a bunch of feedback coming through this.
Yeah. So, our ship stopped, middle of the ocean. Uh-huh. Grinded to a halt.
Let's see. You know, I have no high. I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes, but let's see if
Hello.
cooperating.
Hello. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yep.
I love the I love the doodle, Lynn.
But yeah, I yelled down to Karya. You just had to say something, Karya. As he mentioned that we might have his shit back. Guys, what's happening?
I'm scared.
Oh dear.
I'm terrified.
Did we all technically get a long rest because of it's been like days and shit?
Yeah.
Okay. I just need to know because I had spells and shit. Okay.
I'm scared.
As
So
Like,
what's
no.
over
happened? The ship is suddenly ground to a halt.
the ship is suddenly ground to a halt
And a party boat's coming by, apparently.
as the sky begins to darken a little bit. But the sun somehow grows more intense, despite the fact that the sky itself has darkened. But that only serves to highlight the brightness of the sun, which become almost intolerable with its glare. As it bears down on you, clouding your vision, and from your larboard side, there is a booming voice of, "Whoa there!" As another ship begins to pull up alongside you.
Oh god damn it! More pirates.
During this event, Luisi very quickly glides down to the main deck off the crow's nest.
Mm-hmm.
Just so they can be prepared. Just so that this glide down so they can be prepared for whatever the fuck happens.
Mm-hmm. So the voice booms over the water as it pulls up alongside, not flush against like a boarding pass, but parallel. As a ship about twice your length pulls up along the side. And the how to put it, the glare that was coming from the sun like lessens, but now seems to be coming from the deck of the ship.
We're fucked.
Yeah.
So what do I roll to?
The voice comes over from the ship now, saying, "Whoa, what we have here? You've come a long way here in my waters. Not paying your dues or announcing yourself?"
What do I have to roll to try and figure out what the hell's going on?
I don't know. Perception, perhaps.
Oh boy! For one of the first times in a long while, Lucy pulls their hair up out of their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Perception. Where is perception? Hold on. Y and X. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. For the first time. What the fuck is going on?
15. Okay. Your eyes are eventually managed to adjust to the bright glare that is coming over from the ship. And you're able to see past a little bit. You see, a ship scrambling with lots of figures. Followed, but standing atop on the where the helm would be is a statuesque figure that is silhouetted by a bright light behind it. And also in front of it a little bit, where you see emanating from its face some monstrously bright shine. And as the ship draws ever so close, you see, and the several of the people who you have hired onto the ship are beginning to curse under their breath. I'm gonna say, Flick.
Mm-hmm.
What would I have you roll for this? Just a simple intelligence, or would I have you roll something else? Honestly, yeah, just intelligence, because I would have had you roll history, but I'll have you roll it with advantage.
All right,
Given
so
the situation.
so straight intelligence roll with advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'd say just history, but it's the same modifier. So.
Ooh. Mm-mm. Dirty 20.
20. So, Flick, you see the figure on the boat. You notice, in fact, you recognize that boat. It's a little infamous in these waters.
what with its bronze highlighting along its banisters. It's got sort of gold accents painted along the sides. The cannons are bronzed to shine in the sunlight. The sails are immaculate white, despite the wear and tear of the ocean breeze, and the flag flying atop it is a black one, with a figure of a skeleton holding a cup and a blazing sword. The cup is a symbol of life. The blazing sword, I might have you actually roll a religion check for that.
Okay. Just straight religion check?
Yeah. Well, you know who this
Okay.
is, but this is just the significance of this symbol.
Aha,
Yeah.
19.
One of the
Stop
primary,
rolling so high.
one of the three major deities of the Gazrich papacy. There are three of them. There's He Who Sleeps, who is their regional god of darkness, of slumber, of dreams, that which is gentle in the night. He is the lesser known, but still a well-loved deity, if only not necessarily worshipped quite as strongly as the others. There's the Mother of Mercy, who is the primary god of the Gazrich papacy. She is all that is kind and gentle, that is the starlight in the night sky. And then there's the Lady of Light, whose symbol is the blazing sword. She is the blazing sun in the hand of vengeance. And the blazing sword in the hand of that skeleton symbolizes the captain's loyalty to her. The man standing on that deck is known as Brightbeard, and the light shining is quite literally from the blazing flames on his face. That is an exemplar of his Aasimar heritage. He is a tall, statuesque man in bronze-plated leather armor, known for being zealotous, vicious, cruel, and disturbingly loyal to the Gazrich papacy, despite being disavowed as a pirate by them. But still, is very, very fervent in his loyalty to the Lady of Light, if not necessarily the papacy in that case. And his credo is one of spreading the glory of his heritage, of his lineage, and fighting in the name of the Lady of Light. This man has something of a history of leaving other ships a burning wreck. He's very fond of fire. He takes it he sees it as a sort of purging element. So rightfully, some of the crew are growing a little bit worried as what you recognize as being the spitting description of of Brightbeard himself stands upon the deck of his ship by the helm and announces his presence and the fact that you have been sailing in his waters unannounced. Now, you know for a fact there's no such thing as a pirate owning waters. To claim so is a sign of extreme ego. But then, Brightbeard is a figure of unmatched ego.
Yeah.
But he can back that up. And that's the scariest part about him. And so it is as the harpoons now slammed into the side of your ship, beginning to pull you ever so closer, that the worry is starting to mount. And Brightbeard begins to laugh as your ship is winched closer and closer, and Redmane is standing to the side. Well, he would go pale if it would show through his fur, but you're fairly sure he's not in a happy place at the moment. So, as the harpoons winch on and the ship begins to be dragged closer to Brightbeard's ship,
Matt.
how would you all respond?
Well, Flick would call out to his crewmates. Everyone better think of something, or else Brightbeard here is gonna torch us.
So, question about the harpoons: are they attached by chain or are they attached by rope?
By chain.
Okay. I'm assuming nobody here has heat metal, huh?
Nope.
Nope.
Sadly.
I also don't think we can have that yet.
No, we
Metal?
can.
Heat metal's like a second level
Can't do it.
spell.
Okay, yeah, wait. Damn. Would I highly doubt this, but would Karya have enough strength to maybe yank one of these things out?
It's currently sticking out of the side of the ship, so we'd have to clamber over the side and get it.
Well, I assumed that it would also be inside of the ship since it pierced the hull. I was
True.
assuming I might be able to go to the other end and shove it out, basically.
And force it out that way. You could potentially try that.
I will run down and go. I will turn to the rest of the crew and goes, anybody with enough muscle to I don't know, lift a small dragon, I guess. Follow me, and then he'll jump over from the helm and just kind of jump head down into the hull.
I'll get the fuck down and help him.
Litho and the two twins will help as well. There are currently 3 harpoons anchored in the side of the ship.
All right, wonderful.
Question.
Mhm.
I know this probably doesn't work the way that I'm thinking, but I have to ask. I have this spell called Shatter.
Oh shit!
Could I use it on a harpoon or a chain link?
Problem is, it is a AoE spell. It would damage everything in the blast. You could potentially also end up blowing a hole in your ship if you use that. You would eliminate the bits of the ship around the harpoon holding it like in place.
That's okay. Can I aim at the chain link? Farther down. Maybe the harpoon.
Potentially.
See, that was my thought as well. If you can hit like the ship and then rock it while we hit the thing, it might yank them out, and we might have enough damage done to their ship that we could probably get away.
So is it me? Who's down there? Who's down in the?
You, Litho, the twins, and Isak. You, Litho, the twins, and Kari.
Okay, so do you know what? So as they're all sort of going down there, it's like Kari's gonna look to all 3 of them. He's gonna say, "So, gentlemen, I feel like we're gonna need all the strength we can get." And so Isaki's gonna take off one of his spell tags, recite a small prayer, and I'm gonna cast Bless.
Oh, very nice.
Okay.
Another quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Is how close is the enemy ship? Would you say it's in 60 feet?
Not quite there yet. Drawing closer.
So I'm going to cast it on both of the twins and Kari. I can't do it on myself. So
that's okay.
Yep. So yeah, you guys now have for about a minute, you guys have a D4, an extra D4 you can fuck with.
Woo! Nice. So, yes, you may start making strength checks then, or athletics checks, I should say. Try and wrench those out of the side of the ship.
I'm gonna just try to help them. Could I just give them advantage, or do you want me to roll as well?
You could give them advantage, though. The twins are already working as a duo to get that done. They're working on one of them. Litho is working on his.
Yeah, I can have Vair help me, I believe.
You could.
Because teamwork. So you can help the last one, Heavy.
Yeah, okay.
You and the orc can work together then.
All right.
Upon seeing that they're working on it together, I'm gonna save my shatter for a little bit later until they're closer, so maybe to blow a hole in their ship. In their ship.
All right. Cool.
Actually, is it all right that instead of giving it to both of the twins, can I give one to the orc? Can I just give one to the twin and one to the orc? Is that okay, or do you?
Yeah,
okay,
you can do that.
Right. And I'll help. Could you please do my athletics roll with advantage?
Sure.
And add the plus 1d4.
Oh yeah, and a +4.
Yeah, plus 1d4. Yeah. Damn, natural 20.
So a 28.
So quick question. Does anything above like 20 count as a natural 20?
No.
No,
Okay.
as long you had to get that green. You had to actually roll 20.
Yeah. Natural 20
Okay.
needs to be a 20 on the die.
Okay.
And also, it doesn't like it might give you a little bit something extra, but generally speaking, skills don't crit succeed or crit fail.
Okay.
So yes, Karya, you and Vair with tenacity and viciousness Vair grabs onto with his mouth and begins yanking it backwards, while you carefully place your hands against the tip of the harpoon, trying to not cut yourself on the barbs, and force it back out the side of the hull. Latho and Isaki, you managed to make some progress on yours, but it's still stuck. And the two twins don't make a lot of progress themselves.
Shit.
I kind of like to run over and start assisting with that as well. Then, just if one doesn't get out and we launch one, we'll shake it off and keep moving.
The ship has now approached closer. Moussie, I would say it is now within range.
Another quick question.
Boom.
Yeah, another quick question. I forget how the rules work with familiars. Can't I cast spells from a familiar?
If it is a touch
Or
spell.
touch spell. Okay, it's the touch. Okay. So, if that's the case, I cast Shatter, aiming towards the bottom, closer to the bottom of the hole, closer where water meets wood, or where you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, at the water line.
Yeah, I aim at the water line and cast Shatter.
Okay.
Like that. Oh.
Fuck you, boo boo.
I want to blow a big hole in their ship.
10 foot wide, 3d8 thunder damage.
Roll them 3d8s, boy.
Roll a 3d8.
Oh, whoops. That's right. So 3d8. So d8s.
Not bad.
10. You point at the side of the ship, muttering a curse under your breath. That funnels through your fingers out, manifests next to the side of the ship, and there's this ripple across the water as this loud boom. And you see some of the wood splinter inwards, but it remains intact.
Round 2, baby. I got one more.
Julian, you're actually doing another one?
Yeah. I want that. I want a hole in that fucking ship.
One of the twins that was holding onto the spear loses his grip and slices his hand on the barb. As for Litho, Isaki, you and Litho don't make a lot of progress on getting that one out, even partially dislodged as it is, and the ship gets ever closer. The rest of the crew, is anything you wish to do while these guys are busy? Mallory, Dexter, we got Flick.
My apologies, you cut out on my end.
Mallory, Dexter, Flick, is there anything you would want to do at this point as the ship is getting ever closer? Or I should say you are getting ever closer to the ship. Meanwhile, Brightbeard is currently on his deck, doing the whole arms crossed, throwing back his head and laughing to the sky.
Can I cast a flaming sphere on the ship?
Sure.
Drops the fucking sun down on the ship, okay?
I wouldn't put it that far.
Hey, want to aim where I aimed? Want to aim where Lucy aimed?
What do I do? What do I do when I cast a spell?
When you cast the spell, you create a ball of fire that rolls along the ground.
Oh, rolls along the ground.
I mean, with a rocking ship, that's kind of scary, Chief.
Yeah?
Throw that flaming bowling ball.
Yeah. I was about to say, one of the harpoons is still in there. You might be able to bowl it straight down the middle.
Well, I cast it and
You like that plan, huh, Eddie?
guess the ship must take a dexterity saving throw.
The ship isn't it technically stunned because it's harpooning us right now?
Potentially. One moment.
Egg says kill him.
Mm-hmm.
The egg is very happy.
As Mallory, as you step forward and try to summon a ball of fire onto the deck of the ship, and Brightbeard, standing where he is, sees your hands move, and once more barks a ha laugh as he says, "Good try." Snaps a finger pointing towards you, and you feel something bat into your hand and disturb your spell casting process as you are counter spells.
Motherfucker had a counterspell.
What? What?
How dare he not light the ship on fire?
Yeah, how dare he?
But he
we
let
have-
me make a big boom. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have
Well-
alcohol on the ship?
Mine is
A little boom on the side of the ship versus a ball of fire rolling around, igniting the whole thing is a big difference.
That's true.
let's see him laugh when that fucker pops open.
Do we have alcohol?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's a ship.
Molotov.
Mazel tov, Molotov.
Do we have like barrels full?
You have a couple of barrels.
What you're thinking?
We're gonna get
out. We're gonna get out of
Molotov. But barrel.
I like what you're thinking.
So you're gonna head below deck to try and grab a couple of those barrels of alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. Dexter, you head below deck to try and do that. Gonna take a couple rounds.
Actually, I have a question also. Would I know how much these cost?
What, the barrels of alcohol?
Mhm.
Let me think.
I'll be back on these real quick.
Yeah.
Corbin, your genius is showing.
Let's see.
I'm very
Okay.
interested in it.
I'm gonna say for one of these big barrels of, say, ale. Though you being an accomplished, you being an alchemist know that ale isn't typically very flammable. You want the stronger stuff like spirits. Big barrel of ale, usually a gold piece. Getting like a bit, like getting a keg of something like whiskey, for instance. That's gonna run you something like 50.
Okay.
You got a couple of these on the ship.
We have whiskey or
Yeah, you have a couple barrels of whiskey. About the barrel is about the size of your head, I would say.
about the size of my head?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, more like the size of your torso. What would be called a hogshead.
Which gold do I have?
Alrighty, I'll return.
I'm gonna take one.
Mhm. Yep.
Uh,
You head below deck and you begin moving one of these.
Mhm.
That is a turn for you. Flick and Mallory. Mallory, you tried the burning sphere. Flick, is there anything you're attempting to do? Flick of the air. Jake.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking. I have a potentially risky idea. Are there any kind of like loose riggings on the ship?
Loose. As in, are you trying to Tarzan your way over?
not necessarily Tarzaning my way over to the other ship, but trying to, or at least some way that I could try and climb down to some of the harpoons and try and cut the ropes connected to them.
Not ropes, chains. We
Oh,
established that.
chains. Okay. 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 Yeah. Never mind. Scratch that. I'm trying to think of what I could do, but not sure if I want to risk like Tarzaning over to the ship because chances are Brightbeard's crew is probably going to be very dangerous.
30 feet. Can't use that. Could use that.
See, what I could do is I could probably try and climb down and maybe assist the others in pulling the harpoons out, even though I only have like a 12 in strength.
Help is help, Chief.
I was about to say, yeah, man, assistance is assistance. I was gonna go and jump in and try and help as well, with the other people.
Okay. Is that what you want to do?
You know, yes, I'll do that. I'll climb down. I'll try and climb down the side of the ship to assist the others in pulling out the harpoons.
Okay. Okay. So, as this is happening, more attempts are made to try and dislodge the harpoons. Unfortunately, do not make a lot of headway. As the boards around them splinter ever so slightly and start to give a little bit under the strain of the ship being pulled towards the other one. The only one still Dexter, you currently have one of the hog's heads in your arms. You're straining and lugging it up the stairs. Meanwhile, Mallory and Moussie, you are still on the deck. You have about one more attempt before that ship becomes flush with yours.
Okay. Can I want to cast a hex instead. I'm going to save my second shadow for later. Save that.
Okay.
Can I cast on Mr. Brightbeard?
Yes. By which as you're getting closer, you notice that his face is framed in this golden fire that makes up his beard, almost endeavor-like.
Oh, I see. I cast hallucination.
Okay.
I know what's coming. I can't stop what's going to happen in another turn. So I might as well get these stacks going. I might as well get this debuff growing.
He has to make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. Okay.
We lost Karya.
Uh-oh. Matt, no.
No.
So, you weave the hex and throw it at his mind, wanting to stick, to infect, to worm its way in, twist his vision, change his view of the world, panic him, something, before this guy inevitably comes here and ruins your guys' day. As you throw the hex at him, you feel it hit him, grip for a moment, but then like his mind is like it's like a steel trap. It can't find a way in, and eventually it just dissipates.
Fuck.
As he has resisted your hex.
Fuck.
Mallory, is there anything you would wish to attempt?
Well, since the spell failed, Mallory's just gonna yell out, "What do you want?"
You shout that. He puts his hands onto his hips, back straight, chin high. Says,
What does any good man, God-fearing as he is, want from life? Riches, spoils, to smite those who are evil and tainted of heart. Pirates, in particular, scum as you are, have no place on this ocean. It is under my aegis. As I, right and true kin of the goddess of the sun, Lady of Light, have come here to purge your filth off the ocean.
We're not pirates.
Says the ones who fly a pirate flag and have pirate colors. I see that this is a ship, the slightly infamous Redmayne. That Redmayne is off the sign goes, slightly infamous.
No, this is a ship that I hired because I wanted to play pirates for a bit. My family let me do it. I paid all of my allowance for it, and here's a scroll of pedigree to prove it.
Roll me a... Okay. Roll me a deception with advantage.
All right. And one more. Yeah, 13.
So, Dexter, just as you're coming up to the bridge... Oh, he's very Deus-Vult. As Dexter, as you're coming up to the bridge, Hog's head in arms. You're like, I'm gonna burn that fucking ship to the ground. I'm gonna burn it to the ocean. I'm gonna turn it to scraps. I'm gonna throw this, crack this over the captain's head or some shit. Like you're cracking some sort of scheme. And as you're doing that, that's when you feel the thump, and the deck kind of lists to the side for a second, as you're almost thrown off your feet with the weight of the cask in your hands. And then the ship settles again, and as you're coming up the stairs and you're onto the deck, you see Brightbeard now standing on your main deck in front of Mallory, staring down at her with this gleaming white-toothed grin. As she's like holding up this scroll to his face. The height difference is astounding. And in the kerfuffle, the cloak on Mallory has fallen away somewhat, revealing the wings and the horn ever so slightly, and the halo.
Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Ignore that.
Right. As Brightbeard stares down at you, his face a lash of golden fire. As he stares down at you, at the scroll, which he then snatches from your hand, inspects. And as he does, the smile wanes somewhat. As he then rolls the scroll back up and hands it back to you. Well, it seems I have, in fact, been mistaken.
Yes, very much.
You are not of pirate stock. As he then grabs you by the hem of your cloak, whips you up into his arms, and then holds you up by your armpits. What do you call it? What do you call the like Lion King style? Says, "You are my cousin."
Huh?
Let that child alone.
I would love action.
The rest of you are like below the deck, but the ship is now flush with yours after the thing rocked. As he holds Mallory up, I don't know if the rest of you would be coming to the top of the deck. But there's a shout of, "We are cousins!" As he says, as he sort of like almost like what is it? Sort of like Looney Tunes. What was that? Like, I'll hug him and cherish him and love him forever. As where he like the Brightbeard just kind of like crushes you to his chest and says, "I thought the last of the Charmaine family had been lost to the revolution. Oh, it's so good to know that those filthy, muddled down humans hadn't erased all of you. I almost thought we'd lost you." And then he's like, it brings you back up. "Truly, I thought I was one of the last ones of the noble blood of the true godkin, and here you are, flesh and blood. So long, almost a year later, I thought I'd lost all traces of our families. Truly, the lineage of the duchies lives on.
And do we all see this? Do we all see this happening, like from a
Yes.
distance as we're coming back?
As you come back up, and you're coming back up, there's like standing there on your deck, holding Mallory like a teddy bear. Brightbeard is currently going on and on and on about how like long lost lineages and the what do you call it, the what do you call it, the theocracy that fell apart, those brutish those brutish non-ASMR who had beheaded all of their families, driven them out. As he reveals that he himself was also a scion to one of the duchy families. As he's currently holds you back once more, like by your armpits at arm's length, Mallory, saying, Truly, I have committed a mistake. Cousin, I am so sorry for firing upon your ship. I had no idea you were... Truly, your guise as pirates was very convincing. That your flight of fancy would bring you so... by happenstance, into my waters. That you said your family is still alive? They gave you an allowance? Where are they?
I saw them around a year ago.
And his smile falls again. He goes, Ah. That is too bad. Still, you are here. We can continue the noble bloodline that way. Come, you're coming with me on my ship. You can leave these peasants behind.
Excuse me. He's gonna kind of poke his head out. How far away is the ship?
The ship is flush with yours at this point.
Oh, okay, good. So Corey's just kind of gonna do a quick little.
Because he's currently
burst
standing
of
on your
flight
deck.
over. Oh, okay. He's still gonna do a burst of flight over to the. You know,
As you draw closer to him, he
When-
looks you and
when-
there's a sneer that crosses his face. What do you want?
No, sorry, that's not gonna happen.
This girl no longer requires your services. Go.
Well, that's fine if she doesn't want to go, but I don't know you. And frankly, I don't know if I care to. You seem very... What's the way to put this? You're a lot. And, I don't know. I don't really think that it's a good fit. I'm just giving my 2 cents. I've seen a lot of people.
The corner
and
of his
honestly-
mouth draws up as he goes, I might be a lot, but you are nothing.
Oh, okay. Karia's kind of pause for a minute and
Your
feel that
opinion is
little
irrelevant.
bubble of confidence again.
Your opinion is irrelevant. I'm taking my cousin
What?
aboard my ship.
When can I cast my next cantrip? My next spell, whatever?
Ah, you can do that right now if you want.
I cast cripple.
Wait.
I'm not letting them leave.
You know, their number goes up by 1.
As
Karia's gonna
there's
stop him.
just wait. Moussie, you weave the magic, and once more you try and throw this at him. And again, it fails to grip at him. As he then he stops in his tracks as he's like about to take a step towards the ship. Looks down to Mallory and goes, Are you particularly attached to any of these people?
Yes, very much so.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Huh?
Because your friend just made a very unwise decision.
Oh no.
God damn it. Lucy.
Oh,
It's gonna
dear.
happen. It's gonna happen eventually. Only a matter of time.
Walks over to the banister, sits you like an elf on a shelf on the banister, and draws a sword.
Mallory on the gallery.
Draws a sword which lights with golden fire and points it at Moussie and goes, Fine then. I'll kill you first. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh, you
Oh,
Oh
motherfucker.
my god.
Holy cliffhangers, Batman.
Yeah.
I was about to have Karia go on a roast session, so don't worry. If it wasn't Lamusi, it was going to be him.
Oh man,
Don't worry, don't worry.
you
don't worry.
guys are
You're
not
gonna have all
ready.
this power and all your family's still dead? Question mark. What?
Man, you guys are not ready for fighting Brightbeard.
No, I'm not.
Don't
Also-
worry.
I was honestly half tempted to light the alcohol and then just dump it on him.
I was actually just gonna say, why don't we blow up our ship and then steal his ship?
I
Okay,
like
but
that idea.
honestly, I don't know how our companion would feel about that. Who owns the ship?
Well, he'll get a
Hey,
better ship.
Redmayne will love the new ship.
I mean, honestly, a ship is a captain's baby.
That's true. So think about it that way. Redmayne just got his baby boarded by some jackass with a flaming face.
Mm-hmm. Who has a
Baby
tendency to
boarded.
leave flaming wrecks in his wake. Yeah. That said, thank you guys very much for playing, and for those of you who turned out to watch, thank you very much for showing up.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully my laptop.
Next,
will work.
next session.
Thank y'all.
Next session. Hopefully things are better. I will have a map ready for or at least an encounter set up for however this goes. You may yet succeed at diplomacy. You may have to fight this man and endure the horror that is Brightbeard. That I built as what is basically a field boss for the ocean. You guys just happen to roll him.
Oh, holy shit! I rolled my cousin.
Yes.
You
I
rolled
rolled-
your cousin.
Yo, can I roll my cousin next?
Yo, what about mine? Ooh.
Moussie, you don't want to meet your cousin.
You guys
Wait,
have cousins?
oh.
Mostly,
I have a cousin.
you have a cousin. She's dead.
I'm about to be joining them next, and I'll come back. It's fine.
I don't think any of our cousins showing up is gonna end up in a good
Yeah,
situation.
Taria,
because
meeting your cousin would be particularly bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cousin, I know who you are, and then he steps on our ship.
Flick has a cousin who's just like a bodybuilder or something.
Swole cat.
Our cousins
What do
are
you mean?
raid bosses.
Drunk cat.
A fun fact: I've got a little document here where I have little side characters tied to each of you that you might randomly run across in the world that has significance to each of you. And yeah, some of them are benign, some of them might be helpful, some of them you really don't want to run into. At least not at the level you
Stand
are.
together maliciously.
And also because we have now finished this,
Session.
we have finished this session, and you guys have left Haven, which was the criteria I set. You guys can now level up to level 4.
Hooray! Now we have more of a chance of keeping the ship.
Woo!
Buff cat.
Wolf cat.
Level. Oh, I gotta get my my document open for this.
It's
Me
time to
too.
roll these hit dice.
Well,
70.
When you roll the hit dice, like I said before, if you get below average, take average.
So how do I roll hit die?
Your hit die should be a D8. So just roll a D8, either in the roll 20 or in the familiar cage.
Tries.
Hit dice. All of our hit dice should be.
ooh, I get
Just
I get
one hit
11
die.
HP.
This determines your new hit dice. Your new
I get
HP,
11 HP.
your HP increase. So Isaki, you got maximum HP possible for me to level up.
Oh wait, we
And then
leveled
I
up.
get-
Yeah, you leveled up. You're at level 4 now.
I'm at 43 HP now.
Sweet.
And now, now that we, and now that I'm and since I'm now technically 3 levels in rogue, because I'm gonna take a new
Or
level in
swashbuckler.
rogue, I'm going to take
you're
swashbuckler. Hell yeah!
Ah, very good. I just got my ass kicked by one, so I didn't summon my dragon.
Swashbucklers
How
are
do I-
monstrous if you get them in solo combat.
How do I edit
Hmm?
the character sheet on
Do
On
your
the
one
back.
on roll, do your one on Beyond, and I'll work on yours on roll 20.
let me see, where
Don't
is
worry.
my one on Indie Bond?
Also, let me just say if Flick comes off as like as like kind of a dick, it's sort of the point. I do not mean to be a dick. Like
No,
out of
honestly,
character, I
totally
swear.
fine.
Flick has come across as
good,
being
dude.
fairly just down to earth, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You're pretty calm for everything going on.
thank you all very much for coming, and I wish you all a good evening, morning, and
We're
night.
fourth level, right?
Fourth level.
Yes, we are
Yes.
fourth
Alright.
level.
With that, I'm going to.
Hey, I
Oh,
have
I
a 20
get-
strength.
I get one cantrip and one spell.
Yeah, we got Ari, the cat cook, the cat chef from Monster Hunter World is one of the best cats. The only one I like more is Babush Cat. She's wonderful.
Is it okay?
I
if
love
add,
her. She's
What's that?
Is it okay if I add the observant feat?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. This level, you guys would get an ASI. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah.
I have a
So
20.
my wisdom's now maxed out. So
My charisma's maxed.
how fucked are we on a scale of 1 to 10?
Depends on how you
Probably,
approach
yes.
this.
how fucked could we be? Near
I
the
mean,
upper
I
limit.
think-
If
I
I
think
were
Melusi's-
to be especially cruel, you guys will go down with the ship burning.
Okay.
Oh
So
my.
not that bad.
In the grand scheme of things, you could be sent to the actual plane of fire.
Exactly. So it's not that bad.
Well,
But
Moussie, you made the
that's
situation
like
worse.
worst. That is the worst case scenario. And I'm not just gonna. There is going to.
This was fun, but I
You
do
guys
have
have-
to go.
yeah.
So continue to plan.
Bye, Matt.
Yeah.
I think I'll take the
Take care,
piercer
Matt.
feat. Then. Yeah, hopefully my laptop's working next week.
Hopefully.
So I will see you all then.
Later.
If not
See
soon.
you.
See,
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Yeah. That is worst case scenario. I'm not necessarily gonna lump that on you, but you guys did run across a field boss by accident or by chance. So I'm not. I built this guy to be scary, and there's a potential to win against him. You have some forms of leverage, particularly Mallory does, if she knows how to use that properly, or he knows how to use it properly. Sorry.
Wait, how much does a bottle of alcohol weigh again? Like the jugs of alcohol,
Jugs of alcohol.
or not the jugs? Sorry, the one that I was carrying.
Oh, the hogshead.
Yeah.
Let's see, how much is a hogshead again? Actually, it wouldn't be a hogshead. A hogshead is 240 liters. See, a barrel is. Let's just say it's a barrel.
Barrel.
A barrel is about 32 gallons.
Gotcha.
So, like 32 liquid gallons comes up to about 100 kilos more, a little bit more. So it's fairly heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Could you throw it with your strength level? More than likely not.
Yeah, no, I'll drop it on my toes.
Yeah. You would need somebody with. You need help with this, or you need somebody with some impressive strength.
I had a drow wizard in my Sunday game try to throw like a really big rock at someone.
And it just dropped
They
it.
dropped it in that face. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So much for improvised
didn't-
weapons.
Yeah, didn't he? It doesn't. Yeah. I think he nat won the roll, and I think his strength modifier is a negative. So yeah, he ended up getting like a 0 or something.
He
And
rolled
ended
a
up hitting himself.
Ouch. Yeah.
He managed to roll a 0.
Yikes. So yes, worst case scenario. If I want to be particularly cruel, could be a party wipe. This is a. We have vampire in the back burner, so that's always a possibility. But I don't want to necessarily rush towards that.
Yeah.
Also, we just got Jake here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Um,
Hopefully, I don't want to die.
But yes, that is to say, I'm not going to sandbag him because he's meant to be a threat. And a doctrine that I live by is that there's always going to be things in the world that are higher level than you. It's just really unfortunate that you've run into like 4 of those in the space of like all of these sessions so far.
Our luck is dog.
It is
You ran into a Great
It
Worm,
really
into a
is.
Lich, and into a Tarask, and now Brightbeard. That's like the first humanoid major threat you've run into. It just so happens he outclasses you guys by a fairly decent margin.
The only way I think we could find him is if the fucking other crew members like start finding the other crew, and we all just tackled him directly. That's the only way I see we could defeat him.
There's other ways you can go
Oh
about
boy,
it.
here go.
I will
here go
say,
dying.
I'll say this: just looking at the man in character, you're of a fairly solid impression. And a one-on-one, not drag out, like a what we call it?
Fight.
Yeah, like a what's the term? Fuck it, I don't remember.
Brawl.
Yeah, like a knockout drag out
Duel.
is not in your best interest.
Mm-hmm.
There are other avenues to pursue it that I will leave you to figure out yourself, but the option is there.
Let me just say real quick. I know I haven't quite conveyed it as much like in character as I should, but Flick has been kind of what the fucking at all of this, like in the background. What the
I mean,
fuck
as he
the
should.
fact-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fairly
Makes
sensible
sense.
reaction.
Yeah.
So yes, with that, I'm going to go and wrap up the stream. I will see you guys, well, over the course of the week, of course, but also next Saturday.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this all runs smoothly again, and we can get back into the flow of things and get the games going regularly again. But nice to get back at this.
Yeah, quick question.
Go
One
ahead.
last quick question. Was Brightbeard undead? I think it.
No.
Was he? No.
No, he's
I
asking.
could have sworn he said a skeleton with the flaming beard. That's why
No,
I
that was
swear I
his
heard something.
flag.
His
There's a
his flag was a skeleton holding a chalice and a flaming sword.
Ah, okay. So he's not undead. It was a flag. Okay.
Yeah. It's a
So
pirate flag.
I just add Spare to Dying to my cantrip list because I got a new one
Ooh.
this level too. So I feel like that's gonna be needed. Oh, and I get to have 2 extra spells prepared, so that's fun.
Remy, before you go, there's a rogue feature, a 3rd level rogue feature from Tasha's Cauldron. That's steady aim. Do you allow me to take that? Do you know
Let me check.
what it is? Because I can explain it.
Steady aim class feature. It's a bonus action. You can give yourself advantage on your next attack roll in the current turn. Only if you haven't moved during this turn. After you use this bonus action, your speed is 0. So basically, it's an aim action that eliminates your ability to move in any fashion.
Right.
Hey, Pebby.
Shit. What? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. Would you guys like me to? So here's a question: healing word or cure wounds? Would you guys like me to be an emergency healer, or I can full on heal?
So from level 3.
Julian, it wouldn't work right now.
It wouldn't. Okay.
No, because you would have done that before he pulled out his fucking sword of death.
I see. Okay. So I get another cantrip. I get.
Probably use like full on healer, if that's what you wanted.
Wait 1 second. Actually,
Spells.
I'm gonna go sit outside again because it is very nice out.
Yeah. you can do that.
Priority, so I get.
So yes.
oh fuck, that's a spell I can.
I'll tell
take.
you what.
Okay.
Flick, Jake, I will allow that.
Okay.
I like the
Yeah,
fact
I was
I appreciate the fact that it comes with a drawback on its own. So yeah, it's like just being able to give yourself advantage on an attack is kind of busted. But the fact that you eliminate any ability to move, including hey, welcome back, including standing up from prone or even just a small movement away. I feel like that's a suitable drawback for being able to give yourself being able to give yourself advantage on attack.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's powerful on a rogue because that just means sneak attack. But then you only get sneak attack once per round.
Wait, are we talking about multi-classing?
He's getting the steady aim feature.
Oh,
from
that's a
Tasha's
great
Cauldron.
feat.
I was asking about steady aim, mostly out of curiosity. I would have been all right even if you didn't allow it because
I'm not exactly going. I'm a fan of low power settings in games, but with this game, I'm not. Like, I want you guys to start off low power and then build into strong. This is 5e in general is a fairly high power, high fantasy edition for D&D.
Just
Yeah.
wait till we get exalted, then we're all gonna be gods. I
Yeah.
think.
We
But,
start
Really.
gods and end more gods.
yes.
Yeah, no,
the
I'm looking forward to throwing a dragon by the toe.
Mm. yeah the with this game in particular, I have got no problem with players eventually being fairly powerful. If for no other reason, then I have some very very serious threats I've cooked up myself that I intend to challenge.
Oh, fuck.
I
Also,
look forward to them.
I just picked up a spell that could maybe save our ass in this fight if we do have to fight. Hopefully not.
Do tell, because I'm considering on what I want to use my ability score improvement on.
It's gonna sound weird, and no one ever really talks about the spell fucking aid.
Oh, dude, I love aid.
I
What are you
look-
talking about?
No
I mean,
one
temp,
ever-
Shut up.
temp
I
HP,
got snake.
temp HP is very useful.
It's not
Yeah,
even
dude.
temp HP. It's just 5 extra max.
Oh right, no, in 5e it does max HP.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one that if you go with sorcerer and you do extended spell, you can like double it up or something? I
mean,
can't remember
okay, So
exactly.
here's the thing that's bullshit about aid, or it's not actually really bullshit, but it lasts for 8 hours without concentration.
That's it. Yes, it is. So what you do is you get a sorcerer level and you cast a meta magic for extended spell, and then with extended spell, you cast it right as the party goes to bed. They rest for 8 hours, and then you wake up and you cast it again, and there's nothing stopping you.
That's bullshit.
There is
But
of
yeah.
course there is of course the line that can be drawn that if temp HP can't stack, why should I allow the same effect from the one spell to stack with each other? That seems very much
completely agree.
It's not in the spirit of how 5e is built. Where
I completely agree.
They made things to avoid endless stacking and like avalanches of small modifiers. Things like what was it?
That being said, though,
Something accuracy.
Hi, I'm well. No, a good example is that the they have done that for health and AC, but it's still possible, and that's the bad thing.
It's why they made enhance ability so fucking useless.
but
Yeah.
that being said, though, aid does scale HP wise with spell level. So
True. Yeah, that's another reason why I would say you can't stack the effect.
yeah, because that'd be bullshit. You just pop off 2 9th level aids.
Yeah.
It would be aid.
9th level aid, double stack it, then go in 1v1 Tiamat again.
I'm still angry
Good
that anybody can build a build that would allow you to 1v1 Tiamat.
Blade, Singer, Wizard, and Fighter, and I think the last one was... It was a 3-class multi-class. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember that I had like a 33 AC, and I had 9th level spells at the same time, and I was like, okay. And action surge, so I can cast 2 spells at the same time.
In addition, where most adult dragons have an AC of 20.
That kind of makes me want to throw up in my mouth a little bit. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. It's terrible.
Kind of cancer.
Then we were doing the thing too, and that's the issue with 5e is that you're right. The system is not built for those small little micro stacks, but that's how Pebby and I were doing the math. I'm like, all right, let's see a max level 20th level Karya. I didn't build him like this. That was not my intention. But we were like, okay, so that's 6d12 plus 4d6 plus 4d8 plus, and we just kept going and going and going.
Grim raises a good thing. Dragons by their innate capacities are powerful spellcasters. They are the originators of sorcerers. All you would need is for Tiamat to cast an anti-magic zone.
That's exactly the point. I was like, man, I'm still waiting. But apparently, if I remember correctly, I don't think Blade Song can be nullified by anti-magic.
I mean, is
it's
it
like
a
a
magical ability?
It's an ability, and it has like these magical connotations, but it never says anything about specifically
This is
being
why
magically
3.5.
fueled, I believe.
This is why 3.5 and I believe 4e divided abilities up into what do you call it? It was it was supernatural, spell-like ability, and extraordinary. Extraordinary was creature abilities that were like above the mains of men, but were still natural. Like for instance, acid spit from a cobra or something like that,
or fire belching from a fire toad. But then there were supernatural abilities, which is like a Wendigo stare, or a
banshee scream.
A banshee scream. Then there's spell-like abilities, which is things like the dragon's abilities to cast spells through natural means that consumes no material components, doesn't require a lot of the stuff that normally is there. Just basically allows them to emulate spells through that. Supernatural and spell-like abilities, which I would say, like personally, I would file Blade Song as being under supernatural, would probably be nullified by an anti-magic zone because it is.
Yeah, because I think if I would agree, honestly, it's just the way that it's written makes it that way, and people would definitely argue it. I personally wouldn't. But that's the thing too, is that I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, it was basically just spell stacking that got the AC that high.
Personally,
And
like, to cut a very long, it's like, hey Grim, to cut a very long, potentially long discussion short. No matter which edition, I just politely ask my players not to power game because it ruins the spirit of things and it makes things unfun.
Yeah.
Especially if one player is power gaming, and then I need to scale the rest of the encounters either specifically to deal with that player, in which case the player feels targeted and the rest of the players might feel ignored. Like the rest, like there's always one part of the encounter that always zeroes in on that guy. And it's a massive challenge, and he's 1v1ing the fucking thing. The rest of them are fighting things that are level appropriate for them. Or I scale the entire encounter to around that character, and then the entire party gets butt fucked.
Yeah, the only time I've ever had to power game was because my friend was a brand new DM.
You told me about that.
And
Your rolls were very, very bad.
It was so, I was like, all right, I'm trying. And that's part of the reason why I've stopped rolling for stats. And I agree that I see the love in it. It's just like, it's so easy for someone to get really bad rolls that are average, but then you have Lynn who rolls 6 18s, which I'm still coming to terms with.
Oh no, that was me.
Fucking Lynn.
Oh no, wait, it was you?
Yeah, no.
It was
It was Sully that rolled 6 18s.
I have the screenshot proof.
Oh,
I trust you. I trust you, and that's specifically why I started using a custom array. I don't like the standard array.
There is a new method I had come across recently that a guy called I think I might have talked to him. You guys met him? Grim knows him. Called Shameless. What he does for his games for rolling stats is what do you call it? You roll 4d6, keep 2. You keep the 2 highest, and add those to a baseline of 6. So nobody gets a stat total below 8. So there's nobody who ends up being like animal intelligence because he rolled a 3. But because he rolled 3 1s on
Actually, I like that.
I like that a lot.
It's good if you want to get like a general baseline of being extraordinary, but not being extremely powerful. But you have people who will roll high, but.
Well, see, I also started in the 2nd edition with Dave. And Dave was the type who was like, hey, pick your class, make your character, and then roll your stats. And I went, okay, that's fine. And then I got a 4 on my intelligence, and he was like, yeah, you roll and you go straight down the line. You don't get to assign them.
He wouldn't let you switch the values? Fuck. Also, Grim, and I think you told me about the 3-dragon anti-point buy. That was an interesting trip to that interesting rabbit hole to go down. Basically, you play.
Yeah, are we using point buy for? Sorry, go ahead.
For this, no, you guys rolled your stats.
No, I'm talking to Matt, like because he wants to do his thing in the future.
I don't want to do point buy. I don't like point buy, but for Genesis, no. I wanted to maybe do like an array, but I kind of like this 6 minimum and then you roll.
It's
idea.
Like I can show you the macro that we used. Dice rolling channel. Yeah, so you roll this. Most dice bots can handle the keep high feature. You roll that once for each stat. So it's 46, keep high 2. So you keep the 2 highest dice and add those to 6. So you have a baseline stat of 8 with a maximum of 18.
That's good. I like that idea.
Nobody goes in their stats below -1 unless they really want to take that stat as a role play option. Like they want to be particularly stupid, or if they want to be particularly like have a particularly weak personality or weak constitution. Sure,
But yeah, that lets you keep them at a baseline. Make sure nobody gets super screwed because you're rolling 3d6. Like originally, what we did was we did re-rolling ones, but that was also really unreliable, and you could still get people who like keep like rolling twos instead. So yeah, it's a new one I'm going to try out in the future. For any
Yeah, the
other
one that
maybe-
well, I had a weird system with because when I first ran Genesis, I was really excited. I was super excited, and my plan was I was gonna do something along the lines of like the tarot card thing, where every character would sit down,
Mhm.
and I would literally pull out the tarot card deck, and I don't remember how I did it, but I had a full 62 something, and and or 74. I don't remember how many are in a tarot deck. This was a long time ago, and I have not even found them. And depending on what you got and how your reading went was how you got your stats. And I worked out this stupid long system that was in a Google Doc that has long since been lost. But I stayed up for like a week and a half, desperately trying to figure out how to do it again.
Mm.
And I had a lot of fun with it. I liked it a lot. And and I was like, it really tied into the whole fate of your character thing to get you thinking about how your character was going to play out and all that. And I even had a character who was destined to die. That was their whole thing.
Damn.
And
So we had
they were like, yeah,
Grim and I told you guys about Weaver dice at one point, the dark like cape fic sort of world / system. That was in like a really crapsack version of modern day USA, where everybody got their powers through intense trauma. Some character building in that aspect actually relied on the tarot, though the chart used for it was vastly unfinished. But it had some interesting aspects. Included all the minor arcana as well, not just the major arcana. But yeah, it could be an interesting way of doing it. Oh yeah, and Grim, by the way, Matt here, who plays Karya the Half Dragon, is what's it called? He is working on. I believe you guys are still currently in pre-production, but he's working on getting
we
a
are in
visual.
pre-production. Yeah,
He's working on,
TRPG now.
yeah, as, not a visual novel, video game. Just it is because we don't want to lock into one genre just yet. But yeah, it's a they call it TRPG. Set in his original world. He's like, you guys are just getting finished with pre-production stage, right?
I'm hoping. We've had to put a little break on it because of some stuff back here with everything, but we finally found an artist who's interested, so they're going to do the actual visual novel side of it. The developers are all there. And the music guy we're still up and down on, so I'm thinking I might look into that guy who you sent me, Rami, or some others maybe. But our budget is still up in the air, and because of that, we're still like, hey, what should we do?
Yeah, there's a you got your own video game in production, which is really really cool. Yeah,
I'm really happy.
And I tell Grim specifically about that because he's like really big into writing worlds and characters and just basically spitballing plots and stuff like that.
Oh man, me too.
Yeah, he like me. He has something of a white rabbit syndrome when it comes to TTRPGs, where we see a new one and we have to go kind of like delve into it.
Me too. I understand.
Yeah, we all have ADHD here.
Oh yes.
See, no, that's the problem. My Adderall makes it worse. So I'm like, all right, I'll take my meds, and I'm like, another system. I can learn it in a night.
No. So you gotta pace yourself a weekend.
That's true. That's true. And then usually I'm like, all right, well, I read through the entire book, and then I'll sit down and I'll just disassociate for 12 hours.
Yeah. There's one in particular that I found.
1 second, guys.
Yeah. There's one in particular I found, not associated with the Weaver Dice thing, Grim. It's one called Worm, but with a U with an umlaut, with 2 dots. And I mentioned it previously. It is set in prehistoric era, back when Neanderthals and humans were still living alongside each other during the Ice Age. And you basically roleplay being one of our tribal ancestors from back way in the day.
Because that specific spelling of worm is referring to the worm glacial period during the late Pleistocene. That specific glacial period.
Yep,
of
exactly
the
there.
Ice Ages,
Yeah, you get to play either one of the quote long men, which is one of the humans, or the bear men, which is the Neanderthals. and you get to basically you're living through surviving through the Pleistocene era, helping your tribe
it sounds
survive,
really cool.
scavenging.
Okay.
There's even the option of becoming a shaman, becoming a spiritualist if you survive. And the requirement for it is you must survive some great harrowing event, whether that's a close, like a near-death experience, or going off into the freezing wilds and surviving a year out on your own and coming back. Basically, you have to be sort of, as the system puts it, scarred in your soul, and come back from the realms of the dead, where you communicate with the ancestors. You come back, and then the magic isn't like tossing spells or like summoning spirits. It's nothing overt like that. To the point where it still allows ambiguity whether or not it's actually magic. Instead, your guy develops a capability for making things like unguents and bombs and potions and hallucinogens and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And like tribal shamanistic hoodoo. And it's actually really
and you create those through like natural means using lots of different lots of different ingredients you find out in the wild. Like, I think, for example, like one of the earliest examples of like a fuel for fire that was discovered besides wood was turpentine, which was a kind of pine resin that they found was not only partially flammable, but could also be you also carry it around and it would not like completely extinguish in water, or at least during rain.
It would stay lit during rain. It wouldn't be completely snuffed out unless it was a torrent. It would burn for long, and that was the important bit, because if you just had a rag or something, or say a reed, which is what most people tended to use, I think back in the medieval age at least, they used to have rushlights, which they would dip in, I believe it was fat or tannin, not tannin. It's tannin. What's the
something?
What's that white sort of fatty stuff you can get out of an animal? I forget, but it's something.
Yeah, it's escaping me too.
You cover the reed head in that, and you put it in this little stand, and you. No, I don't think that's it. Not lanolin. But yeah, you put on a little stand, you light it, and it lasts for like 10 minutes, and that's what like peasants back in the day would use to read by light the insides of their homes rather than torches, which generate a bunch of smoke and can cause a fire hazard. You had rushlights.
Or a breathing hazard, because all that smoke inhalation is really bad.
No windows.
Are you talking about tallow?
Tallow, that's it. Yeah, animal tallow. They would coat the rushes in that, and they would burn long and slow. What's his name? Shadiversity did an entire video on rushlights. It's very informative.
Yeah, they're a lot like early candles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Me playing.
We found like the purpose-built stands for holding them that they used to use back in the day.
Me playing a Pleistocene game. Oh boy, I can't wait to get ran down by a fucking Sebekid.
Good.
Yeah.
Sebekids became extinct. Like I think Sebekids became extinct about 5 million years ago or so.
No, it was.
Doesn't matter.
There was also the one that lived in Australia as well. I forgot.
That was from a different family, but yeah, it's kind of the same idea.
It was kind of like the same idea, though. Point is, I don't want to get ran down by a giant fucking crocodile that can run.
Because your main issue is going to be things like saber-toothed tigers and woolly mammoths.
It's true.
Or disease.
Or those giant mega sloths.
Yeah.
If you're living in North America, yes.
Yeah.
Funny enough, actually, I did a dig. I'm sorry, Remy, I cut you off. Go on.
That's fine. Megatheriums are a real fucking threat. But yeah, in Worm, weirdly enough, it's like one half. Sometimes it's one half Monster Hunter, one half Oregon Trail. Because
sounds lovely, actually.
You fight.
Also, yes,
one of the major
right,
yeah, one of the major enemies you fight is disease and infection and starvation. But yeah, it's an interesting looking system. I hope to give it a try, at least for a one shot one day. That should be interesting.
Absolutely,
that'd be fun.
Also, terror birds are they get their name.
So also,
you talk about how you did a dig.
The inner paleo nerd in me is thinking, how can saber-toothed cats be around in Europe when they gone extinct about 1.5 million years ago? Because I think the closest thing to saber-tooths that were around in Europe when like modern humans arrived were lions. well, actually, there was also the scimitar tooth cat, Homotherium, which was a relative of the
I thought that was
saber-tooth.
African.
If you
I thought
give
he was
me
African.
a one moment, I can go grab my book for Worm. I can leaf through and see what the actual antagonists in the book are.
Okay. But yeah, no, there were lions in Europe, and there was. It's kind of contested whether or not Panthera Leo Atrox was truly a lion, but it's generally believed that they were at least close enough to lions to be considered lions.
There was Megalosaurus was one thing as well that you had to contend with, I guess.
and the closest thing to saber tooths in Europe would have been the scimitar tooth cat, Homotherium, which it was around in Africa, it was around in Asia, and it was around in Europe. And I think Homotherium in Europe went extinct around 30,000 years ago, so it would have encountered
He got
maybe
around.
like it would have encountered like the first wave of modern humans entering Europe, and it would have definitely encountered Neanderthals.
Fuck, what was the other?
There were hyenas.
Yes, and to a degree that's more terrifying than the cats, than the big cats. But yeah,
I think there was proof of panthers in North America. I don't know that
there was even cheetahs. There was even cheetahs and stuff.
Panthers and yes. America actually had, I think I think it was more like a close relative of the puma that had convergently evolved to resemble cheetahs.
We had camels. We had cheetahs. We had
Fun fact, pronghorns. Pronghorns are believed to have evolved the ability to run as fast as they do from as a adaptation against American cheetahs.
Beautiful. And then the cheetahs died.
And then the cheetahs
got anxiety.
It's like, finally, we are the fastest thing on this continent.
Also, boys, dire wolves weren't actually wolves. So look it up.
Yeah, I knew they weren't.
Yeah, they're more closely related to jackals, which is actually really cool.
Yeah, I thought that was always a cool thing. I love jackals.
Anubis is fucking stanced up. What the fuck? Even though Anubis isn't even a jackal anymore, apparently. But yeah.
There was also a direwolf skull found in China, funnily enough.
Oh boy, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it's not impossible something like a direwolf to migrate back across the Bering Land Bridge and into Eurasia.
That's true. Then meanwhile, down south you got stuff like Toxodon and stuff, which were pretty huge.
Toxodon wondering why the fuck all these other animals are invading its continent, just being like, whatever, I'll deal with it.
Yeah,
Hey, quick question.
They were like rhino style.
I'm the closest thing to a hippo/rhino that's on this continent. So yeah, let the elephants and the other things have their day.
Still like to imagine how terrified the rest of the world must have been when the fucking elephants rolled into their nations. Just they see a wild Pokemon rolling up over the hills. It's some kind of horrific beast with giant wing-like ears and a tentacle on its face, charging at you in full armor.
And the elephant, yeah, because I think the Romans they
encountered them crossing the Alps. Yeah, they're like, what the fuck is that?
I mean,
that?
You've got a 20-ton mountain of muscle and bone with tusks that can gore a human all the way through, and with the strength to, no joke, just flip wagons and war machines with almost no effort. Yeah, I'd be fucking terrified too.
And
one of these things.
Those are just the African elephants.
Yeah, one of these things. Yeah. These war elephants were also testosterone-driven monstrosities that could seat 6 Mongol archers.
That's my favorite thing, though, is that like a lot of people are like, I wonder all this and that, but like if it weren't for like zoos and the internet, we could go our entire lives not seeing these animals, and they did for millennia. These people were just like, I don't know what an elephant is, I've never seen one. If they saw a giraffe, they would be confused.
They think it's a demon.
They'd be terrified. Yeah, there's a demon, a thin-legged demon stalking the night with a neck as long as a tree.
Yeah, when all it takes is for someone to have slightly off-center eyes to send someone into that oh no, dangerous other state of mind, something like that will like send people straight up irrational. Also, I found my book for the Schwarzauge before the Orkland setting, that being the Orc homelands, which, looking at the cover art, weirdly enough, they don't look like your typical orcs. They look more like brown-skinned Neanderthals. It's an interesting interpretation. The Schwarzauge did things very different. It's Dark Eye, for those who don't know.
That's true.
I also found the my brother's copy of the Tenchi Muyo RPG and resource book,
Ooh.
which I have been meaning to get into at some point. I'm glad I refound it. And my copy of Worm, role-playing in the Ice Age. Just gonna flip through this.
See, that would be fun for me. As I was saying, I went on a dig a while ago, back when I was in college. And one of the things that we were going on the dig for was that they had just found footprints. And these footprints were weird. They were really weird. And they were trying to figure out migration patterns with them. And they just saw these young children, like, with multiple different sets of footprints just like scattering about and all this and that. And it was in the middle of a migration. And they were really confused. And then later down the line, they found out that, during around that time when early humans and everything were in North America, they were children playing and fighting. And it was like, oh, that's kind of cute. But then it was also followed up with the mother would set the toddler down and they'd start playing. And then they could see the panic as the footsteps scattered because a giant sloth came wandering about. And they had to run.
Damn.
Leave the baby.
True crime stuff.
Yeah, I kind of run too. I mean, giant ground sloths might have been at least like partially docile, but if you like provoke them, those big ass claws will like disembowel you.
Oh yeah, no. If you, Shadowrun actually took a little bit of a cue from that about just how sharp those claws can actually be, even on normal sloths. There's a thing in the Amazon called the blink sloth.
I don't like where this is going.
In Shadowrun, there's two different types of critters. There's normal critters and there's paracritters. Paracritters are critters that have awakened to essence and magic. They tend to be bigger, nastier, more aggressive, hostile to humanity, or meta-humanity as they're called, and have some innate abilities. For instance, rats gain the ability to hawk acid loogies and disappear using invisibility. They're called devil rats. Squirrels, sugar gliders, especially those that live in radiation-soaked areas, gain a radiation aura of their own, where they hunt by descending, gliding without being noticed, attaching to like the back or the head of an animal, and allowing the radiation they exude to slowly kill them and liquefy them from the inside.
Amazing.
And then there's the blink sloth, which moves and looks just like a normal sloth, but then if you're not paying attention in the Amazon, you just row your boating down the river. The Amazon, by the way, is one of the most hostile places in the entirety of Shadowrun. Yep. If you think the Amazon now is dangerous, the Amazon after the Awakening is ludicrous.
It's like Skull Island.
Yeah, pretty much. These sloths, they just straight up nothing personnel kid appear behind you and slit your throat with their claws.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then they eat your carcass. They have fangs. Yes, I cracked up in the book. The animals, or the enemies, are split into two major sections. You have prehistoric animals, so you have the Arctic fox, the bear man, which is Neanderthal. You have aurochs, which are the modern day, the ancestors to the
wild
modern day
cows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the birds of prey. There's the brown bears, the cave hyenas, the gray lions, horses, ibexes, longmen, which are humans, mammoths. And like the stat block for the mammoth is half a page long. It's got that much about it. There's a megaloceros, which is the giant deer.
Mm-hmm.
The red bear.
Irish elk.
There's the red bear, the red wolf, the dhole, the reindeer, the saiga, snow leopard, stag, doe, wild boar, wolf, wolverine, and woolly rhinoceros. Then it breaks into the fantastical creatures. Fantastical creatures have no steady nerve score because it's impossible to frighten them with hunting roars. That's one mechanic. You can use your hunting roars as a hunter to scare and like put animals on the back foot. You can do that to other people as well. Fantastical creatures cannot be frightened. Defeat a fantastical. Bravery points granted for defeating a fantastical creature are always awarded by 12. Yeah, you get a lot of XP for beating these things. There's the Bison Man. Oh, and there's a preface here that says bringing these to your game is entirely optional. Because if you want to keep it sort of like on the border of reality, you can. And it's up to the GM. The Bison Man, which is a horned creature with a hairy head and torso of a bison and humanoid limbs.
Oh, the Minotaur.
Kind of. This creature is not always evil, but its aggressive instinct leads it to look for trouble whenever possible. Bison live in groups of 1d6 individuals, or in a tribe of 2d6 males, 2d6 females, and 2d6 children. It's a Chimera, which is a strange and mysterious creature that only comes in the dark of night, or that of a deep cave, or in the midst of a very foggy day. Its physical appearance changes constantly, so you can never be sure if a chimera looks like an auroch, a lion, or even a huge snake. Chimera is a wise and cunning creature that is not always evil. It speaks the shaman's tongue. Yes, they can transform into fog, into different creatures. There's creatures of darkness, which are boogeymen, basically. Crow sorcerers, which is crow sorcerers are strange characters that are half bear man, half long man. So Neanderthal human hybrids.
Ooh.
Gifted with powerful magic and usually considered benevolent but extremely dangerous. It is said that there are only 9 crow sorcerers, 6 men and 3 women, all brothers and sisters, and that these 9 sorcerers are immortal. A crow sorcerer usually wears black fur pelts, decorated with crow feathers, and magical ornaments. Such a character may sometimes meddle in the matters of human clans and tribes, often to defend a cause that remains a mystery to common people. There's dragons, a gigantic reptilian creature that is up to 30 meters long. It moves like an enormous lizard, surprisingly quiet for a creature of its size. Its spine is covered with spikes, and its skin is covered with extraordinarily thick, dark scales. Dragon is a fearsome hunter that can slaughter entire herds for food, but its digestion is so slow that it luckily doesn't often leave its lair, usually located in the darkest part of a huge cave or in the depths of a misty lake. Earth monsters, fire spirits, ice animals, basically elementals, ice giants, legendary animals, which are animals that have become so powerful in their own right that they have become supernatural. Skeletons, mountain giants, thorn monsters, which look like half human, half plants, covered in thorns. Unicorns is a rare creature that has a strange body, a cross between a horse and a snow leopard, especially the coat, which is spotted like a leopard's. There's a long, straight horn on its forehead and looks like that of a narwhal, and the horn can be up to 1 meter long. Magical creature is said to be benevolent and protective, and most tribes usually do not hunt it. Winged dragons, from time to time, a large number of wings, and a wingspan up to 10 meters wide. Its long maw is full of powerful fangs, and its claws are sharp as razors. Its terrifying cry will petrify anyone who hears it. Witches, women of the waters, hello lady of the lake, wraiths, and yeah. No saber-toothed tigers. That was my mistake.
Oof.
Yeah, interesting setting.
Yikes, yeah.
Yeah, we lost Matt again.
There goes our hero.
Anyway,
Watch
Watch
him.
him
Uh,
as he goes.
diatribe over. Thank you guys very much for coming.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Absolutely.
probably wrap it up here. Send everybody on their way. For the rest of you, what the hell are you doing here watching us?
The session ended like an hour ago. Why the hell are you here?
Why
Yeah.
would you ever choose to
For
come
the
here?
entertainment.
Also,
Grog,
hello.
Grog, won't you
Oh.
become Dragon Master?
Hello, Alan. And yeah. I should probably not called you out like that. That was rude of me. Right, so, all of you guys, thank you. Fuck off. Have a good day. And take care of
Fuck
yourselves.
Yeah, of course, you too.
I look forward to playing you guys again next week. Let's see if we can. Let's try and keep the momentum going.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, because we're about to crash right into a fight.
Yeah,
What? No, you
possibly.
totally not. You guys are going to horribly die.
Hey,
Oh.
hey.
I
If
look
it
forward-
wasn't me, it was gonna be someone else who started this, okay?
True.
Yeah. Wait, I got family points. I'm gonna survive this.
I mean,
Or we
everyone
could
but
use
me
as a hostage.
and everyone but me and what's
Flick?
Mallory.
Oh, Mallory.
Mallory. Nothing was really lost here. I get to restart. Mallory gets family. Everyone else, sorry.
Yeah.
Cracking open an old one. Anyway, yeah. That said, I'm going to stop stalling. You guys all take care of each other. I'll see you next time. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
You too.
And so
Thank
long.
you so much for.
Yeah.
Oh, Randy.
Hmm?
What you call it? Fuck, I forgot. What was I gonna say? Fuck.
Let's
Oh,
hope
message later,
let's hope
buddy.
your train of
I'll
thought
send a message later.
let's hope your train of thought re-rails itself later. You can send it to me when it does.
Yeah.
That said, thank you all very much for coming by my table,
Mm-hmm.
and I will see you
Yep,
guys
yep.
when I see you. So long.
Alright,
Yep.
Oh,
bye.
Rami.